Well, happy Friday, everyone. You know what that means? Another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry, and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you are gracing us with your presence, welcome. Super happy to have you here. The way this works, really simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. On that chat box, you will enter your question, concern, comment of the day, and I work through them in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answers, sometimes I do not, but either way, we have a great time talking about lawn care. Guys, it's been an interesting last hour. So I'm getting ready for the show, getting ready for the live stream, thinking everything's going to be good, getting all my show notes together. And of course, the refrigerator dies. And like literally the repairman just left like 5 minutes ago. And it's going to be an expensive bill. And it just kind of got me a little bit flustered, but we'll be all right. So hopefully all you guys are doing well. As always, we're coming to you on Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and of course YouTube. And it's a good weekend, guys. So we're getting towards the end of the month. It's Memorial Day weekend. So hopefully all your lawns are looking amazing. I've got some pictures from some viewers. We've got like we partnered with Miramichi Green to have like a little promotion. If you guys are looking to pick up some Miramichi Green granular, so a lot to get into tonight. I got some video of the lawn to show you guys as well. So should be a fun evening tonight. All right, so let's see who we have here in the show this evening. We got first up, Mr. Kevin G. Kevin G, no relation to Kenny G, saying, "Hey Ron, I just bought my first real mower." We'll just pause there. We got to clap it up for that. "And after cutting my Bermuda yesterday, my lawn looks terrible. I know it'll recover, but what can I do to speed up recovery?" Just keep mowing it. Keep mowing it. So the thing is, whenever you transition, this is not uncommon, Kevin. Whenever you transition from rotary to reel, the first cut or two, depending on how aggressive you went, on how low you're changing your height of cut, the lawn is going to look a bit worse. Because figure with a rotary, you're cutting at 2 inches. Most people, if you're doing well, you're cutting at 2 inches or so. With a reel mower, you didn't say which kind you have, but with a reel mower, you're moving down to an inch, maybe even lower, maybe 3/4. So essentially you're scalping the lawn from whatever height you're at on your rotary to where you are now. It's a pretty big change in the height of cut difference. So you didn't send me pictures of your lawn. So what I imagine is you've probably got some areas that are brown. And in general, the lawn is just not looking that great right now. But as you keep mowing it at that new height, what's going to happen is you're going to train the grass. You're going to, encourage the grass to spread and begin growing at that new height. And what you'll find is the lawn will begin to look great. So it's not uncommon what you're going through. When you first transition from rotary to reel, it's not gonna, it's not gonna look. Your first mow is not gonna be great unless you are cutting at the same height that you were at with the rotary, right? Because essentially you're doing basically a light or a mini scalp on the lawn to bring the height of cut down from where you were before. As far as things you can do to speed up recovery, I mean, if you're not feeding the lawn, feed it a proper balance of nutrients based on your soil test, and make sure you're fertilizing accordingly, make sure it's getting enough water, and then just mow it. Mowing is the big thing. Mowing, the more you mow it, the faster it's going to recover. I'd say if you can get out there and mow it every 2 days, if you really want to get things to bounce back a bit sooner, get to green up sooner, that will help. What you're not going to want to do is every time you mow it, don't adjust the height of cut. So each time you mow, don't try and take it down a little bit lower. There's plenty of time for lower heights of cut. So just whatever height you're at now, continue just mowing it at that height, and the lawn will eventually recover. It'll green up and it'll start looking good. The one thing I could say is this, right? If I'm not sure, you didn't mention what kind of reel mower you got, or if there is if it's got a front roller on it. So if when you're mowing the lawn, right, this new change you're making, if you're getting areas where you're scalping, like when I scalping, I mean the reel and bed knife are like touching soil, which again, hopefully you're not going so low that that's the case. If that's the case, then you want to bump your height of cut up a little bit, right? Because at that point, what that's telling you is that your lawn is not smooth enough to mow it at the heights of cut that you're going after. So that's the only way I would make an adjustment to the height of cut. Outside of that, maintain where you're at now and just keep mowing it. Every couple of days, that's going to help it recover. I would not get out there and like blast along with a lot of extra fertilizer or anything else. Mowing is what will fix this. Mowing is what will fix this. So keep up with your mowing. Congrats again on the new mower. Next time you gotta tell us what kind of mower you got. That's pretty important, right? You gotta let us know what kind of hardware you're working with. And yeah, just report back. I think by this time next week, you should start seeing some recovery, and it should start looking better as long as you're consistent with your mowing. That's the big difference there. All right, so here on Instagram, we've got Shauna in the house. What's going on, Shauna? Thanks for coming to hang out with us. We got Chase. What's going on, guys? Hopefully you guys are having an amazing evening. Hopefully your Friday evening is going a bit better than mine is. Right? Next up, we got Mr. VMH. He's saying, hey, Ron, happy Friday. What's going on, VMH? Hopefully you are doing well, sir. Thank you for coming to hang out in the live stream. We appreciate you as always. And then next up, we have Alex Ristano. He says, happy Friday. I emailed you pictures of my seeding results. How hard can I push growth? Is a common theme. We're trying to get it to grow as quickly as possible, right? Patience is not the word of the day when it comes to to these types of projects. How hard can I push growth? I'm currently doing 1/2 pound of N every 2 weeks. Yeah, that's about as much as I do. Growth surges for a day and then it's slow again. Maybe use Milo 2. No, I really wouldn't go much higher than that. I mean, I'm not sure which fertilizer you're using, Alex, but 1/2 pound of nitrogen every 2 weeks works out to around 1 pound of nitrogen per month, which is about as much as I would do. I really wouldn't go much further than that. If you guys want to see the results of his seeding project, now you didn't tell me, how long has it been, Alex? You didn't tell me how long it's been since you seeded your lawn, but if you guys want to see what Alex is working with, this is his picture 1 of his lawn, which again, that's not bad. That's from a lawn established from seed. That's about what I'd expect to see. And then picture 2 is this guy here. Yeah, the front lawn's looking, what I think is the front lawn anyway, is looking pretty good. So yeah, I mean, if that's been, you didn't say, you said, 30 days. So yeah, so I'm looking at your email now. So it's 30 days. And if you guys remember, Alex was the one that had the washout issue. Remember on the live stream a couple of weeks ago, he had the washout problem. He, all of the seed got moved around. A lot of the seed got moved around. He had to go through and do some correction as far as with the leveling rate. So you've had some setbacks in those 30 days. It hasn't been 30 days of smooth sailing. And even with that, you're still getting what I would consider to be pretty good germination. So for 30 days in, that looks good, man. That's about what you expect. And remember, whenever you decide to grow a lawn from seed, you are doing hard mode. You're basically signing up for hard mode. You know what I mean? So, and it's not all gonna grow in all evenly, all over, all at once. It's gonna be one of these things where some areas are gonna grow in faster than others. And to be completely honest, for 30 days, that looks pretty good. That actually looks pretty good. I really wouldn't change things up too much. I would not add more nitrogen than what you're doing. You know what I mean? Because again, the grass is going to grow at the rate that it's going to grow. And 30, 30 days in, especially given the setbacks you've had, this looks fine, man. I really wouldn't do much more than keep up with your watering. I'm not sure if you're mowing it as yet. It doesn't look well. Yeah, I see tracks in there. We can see tracks in the lawn. If you guys look there, you can see what looks like more tracks to me. So if you're mowing it, you want to get out there and do that, that's fine. I mean, that will also help encourage growth, but just keep doing what you're doing. It's just going to be a time thing, man. Growing a lawn from seed is it's slower to get it fully full and fully established than it is doing sod. So I would keep doing what you're doing. I wouldn't up or increase the amount of nitrogen you're feeding the lawn. Like what you're doing right now is good. I wouldn't go any heavier than that. So hope that helps. If you need anything else, definitely let us know. Congrats on the seeding project. I mean, based on everything you were describing to us, throughout the weeks here gone by, I expected it to be a lot worse than that. So overall, very good. David M. new kit. Yeah, so keep me posted. All right, next up is Z. He says, "Sup, Ron? We're getting 4 days of straight rain here. Hopefully everyone has their PGR down." Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, guys. We're in the go time for the lawn. As far as temperatures, we are, the Bermuda's really taking off. It's starting to grow a lot more aggressively, a lot more quickly. And even with growth regulator, you're still going to be out there every 2 days or so mowing, depending on your height of cut. As a matter of fact, I did a video. So here's the thing. You guys know this weekend, the plan for me is to do a verticut. I'm going to then sorrel roll the lawn. So solid tine, spike aerate the lawn. Then we'll turf rake it, mow it, and then I'll put down my fertilizer, my Essential G, and then fertilizer, and then the entire package, right? Because we're at the end of the month, which is like the beginning of June. So it's time to do that. This is a great weekend for it. I got the time. So tomorrow morning, that's the plan. Maybe I'll get out there and I'll do a live stream actually showing doing it. We'll see. If you guys want to see that, just let me know in the chat. It's quite a bit of work to set all that stuff up, but just let me know if you guys want to see it, and if so, I will do that. But yeah, get your growth regulator down. This is what the lawn, what my lawn is looking like as of today. So just the front, because I'm tomorrow going to be focused on the back lawn. The front lawn and vanity strip and the swale area already has been verticut, sorrel rolled, turf raked, mowed, and has already had its Essential G and its granular fertilizer. So I'm going to see if we can make this work. Let's see if this will cooperate. So this is what the lawn is. I'll take you on a tour from front to back. So this is the front lawn. This is after all that work. You can see the color still looks pretty good even after all the abuse it's gone through. That's the vanity strip. This is another shot of the vanity strip. And again, this right here, what you're seeing, that is after all of that. That is after all the trauma. This is after, again, verticutting, sorrel rolling, turf raking, and then mowing. And so the hard work or everything that I've been doing ends like right here. This is an area of the lawn that's still struggling, as I want to show you guys that as well too. And this is the back lawn that has yet to have anything done to it. So tomorrow, this is going to get the same royal treatment, verticutting, sorrel rolling, turf raking, and then a mow. And then we're going to give it some Essential G, Humic Max, the whole shebang. It's going to get a little bit of all that good stuff. So very cool. It's going to be a fun-filled weekend. And if you guys want to see it, I'll drive the cameras out there, try and get everything set up, and see if we can live stream it. It's just going to be me, so I'll be going back and forth. But if you guys want to check it out and see me suffer for several hours, do like battery swaps and all those kind of things, it's probably going to take a couple rounds to do all that. I'll do it. So just let me know. Just hit me up in the chat and say yes, and we will make that happen. All right, so we have our first super chat this evening. We have one from, let's see here. One from Michael Fetty. Thank you so much, Michael.
Super chat received.
He says, "Hey, Ron, great content I'm catching up on. Anything new incoming? Also, how does Carbon Pro GL compare to the next Biostims, Humichar, Andersons?" Okay, so I can't, so as far as anything new incoming, yes, there's new stuff incoming, and you're just gonna have to wait and see. And then as far as how does Carbon Pro G and L compare to the next Biostims and Humichar, I can't comment because while I have used Carbon Pro G and Carbon Pro L, and I really like the results I got with that, I've not used any of the next biostimulants or Humichar. So I can't speak to, I can't compare them. That's what I'm trying to say. I've never done run those two separate sets of products on my lawn to be able to tell you what difference I saw in as far as color, as far as the turf hardiness, all the benefits you get from biostimulants. So I can't say for sure, unfortunately. So I can tell you between Carbon Pro L and G and Essential G and the Carbon Kit, I like the results that I get with Essential G and the Carbon Kit more so than I got with Carbon Pro G and Carbon Pro L, which is kind of unfair, to be completely honest, to Carbon Pro L, because really with the Carbon Kit, even though the cost is about the same, it's actually a little bit less. The Carbon Kit's actually a little bit less. You are getting a 10% micronized carbon product with biostimulants, along with a kelp product and a soil microbial food in biospectrum, which in totality does more than Carbon Pro L does. So it should get a better result, right? It should get a better response. And then Essential G compared to Carbon Pro G, Essential G, they're both made by Miramichi Green. You can think of Essential G as Carbon Pro G 2.0. So it has everything that Carbon Pro G has, the biochar, the compost, but instead you also have reclaimed coffee grounds. You've got some silicon in it. You've got some humate. So it's the next revision of Carbon Pro G. So it's not really fair to compare them. What I'm doing now is better than what I was doing before, which you would expect because everything's been made better, right? But as far as the Next and the Humachar, can't really say for sure. People that use Humachar seem to really like it. I've never used it myself, but people that use it seem to really like the product. So for whatever that's worth, you can go with that. So hope that helps. On the topic of granulars, guys, Miramichi Green, you always say, you know what, you never do like Black Friday sales. You never do any kind of sales. I really don't run that many sales. So I try and keep the pricing on the store as good as competitive as I can make it, and still stay in business. So that doesn't leave a lot of rooms for running sales all the time. So but partner with Miramichi Green for just this weekend, and just on the Miramichi Green granular. So if you're looking to get Carbon Pro G, if you're looking to get Essential G, Carbon Pro G on the brain from the comment, if you're looking to get Essential G, carbonized PN, which is their compost product, or the new 444 fertilizer. Actually, I can show you real quick. If you're looking to try out any of these, so if you go to shop and then Miramichi Green biostimulants, if you're looking to try out the top shelf right here, so Essential G, the organic fertilizer, or carbonized PN, any of those three over this weekend, you can save 5%. There's not really any order limit, so you can buy as much as you want. And it also applies to the super sacks. So if you're looking to go out and top dress your lawn and you wanted to get out here and use like 2,000 pounds or the equivalent of 50 bags of carbonized PN, or you just want a whole lot of Essential G, again, 2,000 pounds or 50 bag equivalent, this promotion also applies to those as well. And to take advantage of that, all you have to do is go to the store and at checkout, plug in this, get me off here, Michael, plug in this discount code. So it's MD, so like Memorial Day, MD23 at checkout, and it'll apply that 5% discount to the granulars. So yeah, if you're looking to try out some of again the new fertilizer, Essential G, or carbonized PN, there's a way for you to save for a couple of days. Really, it ends on the 30th, so you got this weekend to load up on that, and that's probably going to be unless Miramichi Green can really convince me to do it again, and they're gonna help support it. That's likely going to be the promotion for the year, because again, we don't typically don't do that many of those, if any at all. Like last year, we didn't do any at all. So take advantage of it while you can. All right, so Michael, again, thank you for the super chat, sir. One more time.
Super chat received.
I appreciate all the love and support, and we are now on to our next comment, which is Andrew Phillips, who says, "Sorry, Dalvin." I think that's probably meant for someone else. Let's see here. So Alex Rostano says, "Also patiently waiting until I can use Celsius packets I got. The weeds are rampant." Yeah, that's not uncommon. I mean, if you look at the lawn here, I do see, I can't tell exactly what kind of weeds you got there, but I do see like can I zoom in? No, I can't. I do see what looks like some broadleaves. If you look at like straight ahead in the middle of the picture, it looks like some broadleaves here that you're dealing with throughout the lawn, but it's fine, man. Celsius will make quick work of that. And that's part of what you're going to have to deal with whenever you're seeding a lawn. I mean, you think about it, you've got a bunch of bare soil, fertilizer, a lot of water. Those are great, and lots of sunlight. That's great conditions, not only for your grass to grow, but also for weeds to grow as well. So unfortunately, that's all part of it. That's all part of it. There's not a whole lot you can, there's not a whole lot else you can do along to prevent that. But it's fine, man. Like you said, once the grass grows in, you're out there mowing it. You can use Celsius to clean it up, and you will be good to go. All right, next up is Andrew Phillips. He says, "What's up, all y'all? Happy Memorial Day, and thanks to all the vets. Definitely, sir, for all those who served this great nation of ours. Thank you so much for your service. A lot of the things that we're able to do this weekend, and, hang out, spend some time thinking about those who pay the ultimate price, have barbecues, have a beer, mow your lawn, do all this stuff. It's all because of the sacrifices that many men and women have made for us to be able to do that. So thank you again for your service, and also for those that supported those that served. Because it's not just, not just the guys and the gals out on the front lines. There's always a family back home backing them up and making sure that everything stays together while they're out, making sure freedom remains, right? So thanks again for all your service, and hopefully you guys are all having a great weekend. All right, next up is Cooper's dad. He says, pictures sent, 2-year Xeon on the top of slope, a lot much thicker with noticeable color difference than below it. Sunlight treatment all the same last year, already aerated, top dressed. Thoughts? Let us see here. I think I've got your pictures here, Cooper's dad. Let's see here. So let us try and diagnose the problem that he's dealing with. So he got, yeah, that is a pretty big color difference. So up top, you said that is 2-year-old Xeon at the top of the slope. It is much thicker than below it. Sunlight treatment, everything the same. Man, I don't know. The thing is, that line, if you're absolutely certain that is the same grass, right? You're absolutely certain that's the same grass. That line looks almost like, whenever you're putting fertilizer down, almost like that area is getting a bit more than the rest of it. Also, I'm not sure here. I'm looking. If I can bring this in a little bit. Looking here, it looks like there's a bit, like the area that's flat or that's greener and closer to the street. It looks like there's almost a crest. If you guys see that, look at the line. It almost looks like there's a crest where half of the lawn slopes towards the house and the other part that's really green slopes towards the street. It's very slight, but it looks like that area could also be holding on maybe to a bit more water, which might also account for it being greener. But man, I don't know, man, are you absolutely certain that the rest of the lawn is getting the same fertilizer, the same treatments? Because it's one thing for a lawn, it's not uncommon for some parts of the lawn to do better than others, right? That's not uncommon. But what is uncommon is for that to happen in a perfectly straight line, almost like a line that would be on the lines of whenever you're making a pass with your liquid fertilizer sprays or your granular fertilizer application. Like, that's a dead straight line. And, it's very odd that from, on just to the right of the line, it's not looking as good. And to the left of the line, there's that much of a difference, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So if you're certain that they're getting the exact same nutrients, I'm not sure. I'm kind of stumped on that one. And again, assuming they're the same grass type, you say they're both Xeon zoysia, but I'm looking here at the pictures here off camera. But yeah, man, I mean, there's the difference is literally like a straight line, which leads me to believe that area, something else could be too, Cooper's dad. If it's getting the same, that area is getting more water, it's getting more nutrient. As far as sunlight, I can't see there being a measurable difference in sunlight because it looks like a pretty wide open area. I don't see any trees around there. So I'm not sure if you have an irrigation system. If that area is getting, again, that could be it too. If that area is getting more water than the area to the right of it, that could be it. But there is something different. Assuming the grass is the same, there's something different. And it's the fact that it's a straight line. If I were a betting man, I would lean more towards that. You're not making your nutrient inputs as evenly as you think you do, because that's it's a pretty clear line of demarcation. Awesome and awesome in progress, right? So we'll say it that way. So yeah, if there's any other details that you can add that can help crack the case, that will be useful too. But from what I'm seeing there, the difference in water or nutrient application is what I'm seeing, man. That's what I'm leaning towards. All right, let's see here. So we have a question on Instagram. One from the Maestro says, what's up? Oh, wrong camera. Says, what's up, Ron? Good to see you doing your thing. Always, man, trying my best. He says, what are your thoughts on AMS? I think by that you mean ammoniacal a sulfate. My buddy had great results with a 20.500. So here's the thing. I would really use that if you are trying to lower soil pH. If your buddy's using that, and that's, I mean, he doesn't, his soil test results don't show that he needs any phosphorus or potassium, and he's getting great results just pushing straight nitrogen, which, I mean, it'd be all right for a while, but it'd be kind of odd that the lawn doesn't need anything else other than that. But his soil test says it's all he needs and he's getting good results with it, then by all means. I tend to like a more balanced fertilizer makeup. So what I will pretty much every time I'm applying nitrogen, I'm also applying some potassium at different ratios. I also like to get down a humic acid and a kelp product as well, and that's why the granular fertilizers from Lebanon, I'm such a big fan of them, because you get all that all in one bag. I would say this: if he's getting great results with it, he likes the results he's getting, and he's using that based on the soil test results, then just stick with it. Stick with it. It's not something that I would do like that. That type of fertilizer is something I would lean towards if I were trying to lower soil pH. Not something I would do for regular feeding in place of, again, of a more balanced blended fertilizer. So if it's working, stick with it, man. All right, and then next up is a question from Mayan 152. It says, how can I make my Tiff Tough Bermuda dark green? What product should I use? So you should ensure that the lawn is getting adequate amounts of nitrogen. I mean, this a balanced amount of nutrients. Enough nitrogen, really all of them, but nitrogen and then iron are the things that are going to help your lawn get a deeper green. So most people want to get out there and just blast the lawn with iron. Iron is important, but nitrogen is like it fuels that top growth. So you got to make sure that you're just using a good balanced fertilizer that has some iron. You can, if it also has, that has nitrogen, if it also has iron as well, that's great. For most of my micronutrients, I tend to spray those. So you're not on YouTube where I'd show you here, but there's a couple of fertilizers that we carry on the golf course lawn store, like the greens grade ones, have iron in them as well, in addition to humic acid and kelp. What I primarily use on my lawn, which is Humic Max, is a nitrogen, potassium, and humic acid product, and then I spray my my micronutrients, so iron and the other supporting micros. So what I can do is I can throw some links here in the chat for you if you want. Mayan 152. I'll do them. Actually, I'll do it on YouTube too. You guys know what I'm talking about, but I'll do that as well. So this is what I use for my granular fertilizer, and I'll actually show you guys on YouTube as well too. So this is what I use for my granular, and then for my liquid, you can do 901C and NutriKelp. Like this is a great combination right here. So this for liquid fert, this is what's gonna drive the bus. This is what's gonna power everything. And then for your micronutrient, Nutrizolve. So this is what I would roll with. So that stack. And I'll link this in the chat for you, Mayan. So hopefully you heard what I was saying. But these are what I would go with. This is what's going to do it. And you're asking the question, are liquids better than granular? Not necessarily. I mean, so here's the thing. Granulars tend to will stay in the soil and tend to last for a bit longer than liquids do. The benefit to so that's the benefit to granulars. They tend to feed for longer and stay in the soil for longer. The benefit to liquid is speed. So if I spray my lawn with a liquid fertilizer, 2 to 3 days later, I'm going to start seeing a color response or a growth response in the lawn. When you're using granulars, it's more like 5 to 7 days. So liquids work. You'll see the response faster, but they don't last as long as granulars. So which is why I do a blend. I use granulars once per month. So for example, this weekend, because we're at the end of the month, which is the beginning of June, the Humic Max will go down, and then the carbon kit and Nutrizolve will also get sprayed on the lawn as well. So I do a combination. I do a blend, a granular for the heavy lifting, and then liquids to help supplement. So it's not really better. It depends on the problem you're trying to solve, if that helps. So, all right, great stuff. So up next we have Jackie Bear. He says, "Have an excellent stream, gentlemen. I holler, smiling blueface. Thanks so much, Jackie Bear. Appreciate all the love and support. You are always here in the live stream, so appreciate you for that." And next up, we got Robert Rainey saying, "Evening, everyone." What's going on, Robert? Hopefully you are doing you are doing well. Appreciate you coming in to say hi in the live stream as always. Next up, we got Dalvin Larry. Dalvin is, let's see what Dalvin's talking about tonight. He says, I did LOL, fingers crossed. I don't run a lot problems anymore. So I think you're talking about your mower. You guys remember Dalvin had some challenges with his outlet, his Sterling, and he's now it sounds like he finally got the cog fixed and everything is going well with the mower. So hopefully that you're right. Hopefully you don't have anything else broken on your mower for a while going forward. So guys, we got 130 people in the live stream, only 45 likes. Surely we can do better than that. So if you guys are enjoying the content, I would really, really appreciate it if you would hit that like button ever so gently. It doesn't cost anything to do, and it's a great way to support the channel. And if you guys do that, I'll show you some cool equipment that David M just sent me. He sent me a picture of some new hardware he's working with. So definitely check that out. All right, so next up we got Papa Moslow. He says, Happy Friday, Ron. I applied Headway G last week for my fungus issue. Will reapply 21 days later. Should I wait for it to recover before I verticut, or can I go ahead and verticut? Should you wait for it to recover before you verticut? I mean, I forget, Papa Moslow, was the issue over the entire lawn or just in one problem area? So on my front lawn, if you guys remember, there's one area there that had some challenges at the beginning of the season. And when I verticut today, I did the entire lawn. Granted, I don't do it aggressively. Like if you guys saw the video of the front lawn, I can bring it up here again for anyone that just joined after the show. So right now, if you look at this video, this lawn has been verticut, turf raked. It's been through the ringer. And as well as the other parts of the lawn that you're seeing here, that's also been all through it. The vanity strip has been through it, and you can see the color still looks great because I'm not going crazy aggressively as far as that goes. All of this has been verticut already, so it's really your call, Papa Moslow. I haven't seen the damage myself. You haven't sent me pictures of it to be able to see how bad it's looking. If you're already seeing recovery, and this is the time of the month where you're going to be feeding the lawn anyway. If you want to skip that one spot and not do it, that's fine. If the lawn is well on its way to recovery and you want to verticut the entire thing, I wouldn't be opposed to that too. If the damage is focused in just one area, just one spot of the lawn, I would do that area last. So like anything else, even though you've already done headway, you've used a fungicide to help arrest the spread of the disease. We don't want to take the chance of spreading that around the parts of the lawn that don't have it. So if it's concentrated to one area and you decide you want to lightly verticut it, I would do that section last. That's the only other thing I would say. And given that we're at the end of the month, you're going to be fertilizing soon. You're going to be doing your granular and your liquid. So all that's going to help the lawn, continue to heal and recover from the damage that it's gone through. So really, I'll leave it up to you because I haven't seen the picture of the damage, or I don't recall seeing a picture of the damage that you're dealing with. If it's light, verticut it. If it's heavy, don't. So I will leave it up to your best judgment, or you can send me a picture and I can email you after the show and tell you what I think. All right, next up is Mr. Andrew Phillips. He says, same here. I'm mowing every other day and I can literally see the turf thickening. I'll be sand leveling in a week or two. Nice. Yeah, this time of year, you guys remember with everything we went through in March where it took, we had that one setback where we had the cold snap, and now the lawn, the temperatures are where they should be and the lawns are really taking off. It's not, I told you guys, from week to week, you're gonna see a change and improvement in your lawn with the temperatures and the additional sunlight that we're getting this time of year. So yeah, I'm not surprised, Andrew, if you're not on growth regulator. I mean, you said you're going to be sound leveling, so I can understand you not doing it. But if you guys are not going to be doing any leveling work, get on some Primo. It does take the edge off of large amounts of mowing. It gives you a little bit of buffer, a little bit of headroom. All right, so next up is Mr. Ravi Patel. Ravi Patel is in the house. He says, hey, Ron, if I pull out Bermuda runners, can I put them in another location and will it grow? Depends. If you get the roots out with it, then yeah, there's a chance that it'll begin to grow. Yeah, it depends. I mean, it depends on if you get some root along with the runners whenever you pull them out. A better way, if you're trying to get an area that is that's a little bit thin or that had some damage, you're trying to get to recover faster, a better way than just transferring the runners is to transfer plugs, because then you're transferring, the 6 inches of root along with the plant and everything else, and that's going to do quite a bit better as far as growing in than just putting the runners down. So that's, depending on how bad the area is and how big of an area you're trying to get to thicken up, I would lean towards picking up a pro plugger and doing that versus just taking runners and putting them in a spot and hoping for the best. You know what I mean? That would be my my advice, my take on the matter. All right, guys. So on the topic of awesome lawns, so a couple things going on. So I got some pictures. I'm not sure if he's in the live stream tonight, but Jason Sewell wanted to send me some pictures of his lawn. He started real mowing to a month ago. When did he tell me? He sent me a picture. He sent me a thing of it. I'll just see if I can find his email. But he started mowing this year. This is the season when he started doing it. And this is pictures of what his lawn looks like now. I'm trying to find exactly. So 3 months ago. So he bought his California trimmer 3 months ago, and this is what his lawn is looking like. So picture one, like compared to the rest of the neighborhood, I mean, you're not gonna. I think any one of us on here would take that. That's looking really solid. And then finally, his second picture, got the flag of Texas there and American flag. Nice, I like it. Very, very, very apropos given Memorial Day, and that color and stripe action is looking solid, sir. Well done. Nicely done. An amazing achievement just 3 months in. Lawn is looking awesome. And, as far as a giveaway, you guys, some of you guys have asked about doing like, a contest or a giveaway or something along those lines. So what I decided to do, we haven't done this before, and we're going to try it out and see how it works out, is we're going to do a contest. So if you guys look at the latest blog post, for any of you guys that are diehards and that follow the blogs on the store, you already know what I'm about to say. But if you go to the golf course lawn store, right? So if you go to guides and then blog, on there, you will see our newest blog that was released today, talking about how to create amazing stripes in your lawn. And based on that, you can see we are on the hunt for America's best stripes. So, ultimate lawn lines. So snap pictures of your best stripe actions, send them to me, ron@golfcourselawn.com. And you have to get them into me before June 2nd. Depending on the amount of entries we get, I'll take a week or so to review them, and likely what will happen is maybe June 2nd, but more than likely the following week, we'll select a winner, and that winner will win a Release Zero carbon kit shipped to your door. So if you guys want some tips on how to get an amazing lawn, how to get your lawn stripes, some tips on that, there's a video that talks about real mow stripes and different techniques for getting stripes in multiple directions to really get the lawn looking its absolute best. So I'll drop that in the chat. Again, the contest starts as of today and runs until June 2nd. And the winner is going to get a carbon kit, a Release Zero carbon kit. I was going to do the 901C kit, but I said, you know what? Some of you guys are kind of bougie and have you have your liquid fertilizer you like to use. So we'll do the Release Zero one. That way you can mix whatever you want with it and you're good to go. So that is the lawn blog that has the details around the contest. Send your pictures in. And I actually need to make a note. I'll adjust this. As far as the subject line, use the subject line stripe action. So the subject line should be this. So subject line is stripe action. You can send it in all caps. It makes it easier for me. That makes it easier for me to filter and find the emails that are related to people that are trying to do this versus ones that are sending me in pictures of their lawns. And yeah, so if you guys want to have some fun, have a chance to win something, and just show off all your hard work, kind of like what Jason did, feel free to do that. All grass types are welcome, even the long ones. If you got a fescue lawn, you got it striped, and you got the stripes looking on point, we'll take those too. So all lawns are welcome. We just want to see some nice defined stripes. If you want to get, exotic with it and put patterns in it, the more the better. You impress me. Let's see what you guys can come up with. All right, so we have our other super chat as well this evening. So actually, you know what? Let me do our first one here. So I didn't put Michael up as the show's sponsor. So let me do this. So Michael Fetty, and we'll have you there as well. We have another super chat, but I'm going to make sure Michael is up for a little while first before we do that. I see your super chat there, Ted. Thank you so much for that. Let's let Michael have his name in lights for whatever that means to him for like 5-10 minutes here, and then I will get your super chat, sir, and get you up here on the live stream as the show sponsor. All right, so next up we have, I can't wait to see what kind of pictures you guys send me. I'm sure you guys are going to get pretty creative with it. All right, next up we have Andrew Phillips. He says, Calvin, how's your mowing schedule coming along? I guess that is not for, it's for Dalvin. This is not for me. This is not for me. So we got Andrew Phillips says, until I can get my yard level, I can only mow in one direction. Only one direction. If I go perpendicular, I hit the low areas. Looking forward to mowing at the right angles to keep the turf popping. So is it really that severe? Is it really that severe, Andrew? You're telling me that if you mow in one direction, you're good to go. Maybe instead of mowing perpendicular, what if you did like an angle? You know what I mean? So if you did like an angled cut, that's kind of splitting the difference. Is not quite perpendicular. You might be able to, to be able to cut the lawn like that, and prevent grain issues and still get a great cut that way. That's not going to be quite as aggressive as going perpendicular. But yeah, and that's pretty odd. I mean, what I find is on lawns that if you're able to cut the entire lawn in one direction, whenever you go perpendicular, there will be some areas that may get some light scalping, or might do the mower will cut a little bit lower than you want, but it shouldn't be over the entire lawn. That shouldn't happen everywhere. So if you can just, maybe you skip those few areas, or maybe bump the height cut just a little bit over those areas that are more prone to scalping and cut the rest of it perpendicular, that would be fine. But I mean, because it's even on my lawn, if I cut the lawn lengthwise, there's pretty much nowhere on the lawn where I scalp at all, where there's any kind of areas where it gets a little bit lower. If I cut in the direction where you guys are normally seeing it, where the stripes are the double wides that everyone gets used to seeing, when I get close to Alex, because of the fishbowl, like the little fish bullets there, or the little half pipe, the angle there. If I'm not careful, I can get a little bit of scalping in that section. So I'd be surprised, and that's the only area. So I'd be surprised, Andrew, if it happens everywhere. It really should just be certain areas of the lawn. So just something to keep in mind. All right, next up is the Maestro. He has a question here. He says, I'm the president of the HOA, so I don't want to be the nosiest neighbor. What's the quietest powered reel mower? Currently using an Earthwise 4 times per week. Okay, so when you say the quietest powered, I guess you mean like gas powered. I don't know what the quietest are. I can tell you the ones that I have. So if you're not talking about electric, like battery powered, like an Allard is going to be the quietest. After that, the greens mower, the 1600 is actually a very quiet mower. And then by far the True Cut, the Honda GX 160 engine, that's going to be by far the loudest out of all the mowers that I've used. So my True Cut is by far the loudest. The the Greensmaster, quite a bit quieter, and then finally the Allard is the quietest at all. Actually, you know what? There's a video I have on this. I have a video that actually did exactly that actually compared the sound difference between them. But look how much difference, how much quieter is a gas mower versus an electric mower. So if you guys are interested in that, so sound difference YouTube video, this one right here, you can check that out. And the same thing for you, the Maestro. You can actually hear the differences between a True Cut, between a Greensmaster, and between an Allard. The microphone is in the exact same spot. The camera's in the exact same spot. I don't talk at all in the video. All I do is start the motors up and make a pass right in this, like they're along the exact same distance across the lawn, and you can hear for yourself. You can decide which one is best for you. But I already kind of given you the answer. The True Cut by far is going to be the loudest. All right, so we have a super chat. Let me get down here and grab that really quick from Mr. Ted Rogers. Thank you so much, Ted. I really do appreciate the super chat.
Super chat received.
Thanks for all the love and support. He says, happy Friday, brother. Stay blessed, and thanks for always helping. You are very, very welcome, Ted. Thank you for all the love and support. Very, very generous super chat. I really do appreciate it. Hopefully you are having an amazing weekend. The weather around Georgia is looking like it's going to be really nice. So if you want to get out there and mow, or, if you're going to top race, you should have all your stuff by now. But if there's any kind of major lawn projects you want to do, it's a great weekend for it. The weather's going to be great for that. Again, thanks for the super chat. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. All right, next up is NMS. No, it's not NMS Otter. Next up is Dalvin Larry. He says, So I sand level yesterday, so mowing is on pause. Before that, I was doing it every other day. Not that I needed it; it's just a bit of a habit now. Okay, yeah, I can see that, Dalvin, and you're doing exactly the right thing. Given that you just leveled the lawn, the the worst thing you can do is run a run a real mower through a freshly sanded lawn, especially if you don't bump the height of cut up a bit. So if you did it, let's say Monday, I would say, I mean, I didn't see how heavy you went, but really you want to let everything settle, let it, make sure it's all watered in. When most of the lawn is grown through, bump your height to cut up, and then you can reintroduce the mower. So I'd say give it till this time next week. That should be good, assuming you didn't go too heavy. And as long as you raise that height to cut up with up just a bit, you should be good to go. Shouldn't get into too much sand, which again is just going to mean a sharpening, which I know how much you've not had your mower this season, so let's try and avoid you having to send it out for any reason. You should be able to enjoy it for the rest of the rest of the year. Our next up is Ravi Patel. He says, "Hey Ron, hope you had a great have a great weekend. I'm going to. Should be a lot of fun, man. Should be a lot of fun. I can't wait to get out there and work in the lawn tomorrow. We have no karate tomorrow because of Memorial Day weekend, so the studio is closed. So really, tomorrow morning I can get out there, set up camera gear, and just go out and play in the lawn. Right? Should be a fun time. Should be a fun time. I'm gonna just do everything. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Because again, it's just gonna be me. I'm not gonna have a cameraman, so we'll see if you guys enjoy it or not. And at least you'll be able to see some of what I'm gonna be doing. All right. Next up is NMS Auditor. He says, "Hey Ron, happy Memorial Day weekend. I sent you a picture of the new equipment I received this week. Verticutter heads for the 3250. Got on the yard pretty hard with them on Monday." So what you're saying, David, is you got some new kit. Is that what I'm hearing? Let me see here. Let's see what David has got, what he's working with here, what NMS Auditor is working with. And this is the picture of his new acquisition. So you can see the mower, the 3250. But in addition, you can see down there below, he's got some verticutting heads for it. And he's already put them to work according to what he's saying, right? You already ran them this week. Very nice, man. Very, very, very nice. I'm jealous. Nice equipment. And you got to send us a picture, man, of how the lawn looks after the verticutting. We got to definitely clap it up for that, for the new equipment. Well done. Well done. And so what else is next, man? So you've got a 3250. You've got the regular cutting heads for it. You've got the verticutting heads for it. I mean, you're good to go at this point, right? You really shouldn't need a lot else. Just mowing and feeding it and enjoying it, right? Next time you got to send me a picture of how the current state of the lawn after all the verticutting and the other work you've been doing to it. Nice work. Next up is Bermuda Guy DIY. He says, "Hey Ron, happy Friday to you and all us joining tonight. First season using Primo. I made my first app at the full rate and my lawn took it very well. Nice. Do I keep applying at the full rate or come down some? It's your call." So here's the thing. As long as the lawn doesn't come out of regulation, so as long as you don't allow it to come out of regulation, you can continue applying it at the rate you've been using. If the lawn's tolerating that, by all means, just continue doing what you're doing. I like to spray it every 2 weeks because you don't get any tip burn. The lawn handles it just, as far as like there being any chance of the lawn coming out of regulation, you're actually reducing your chances of it, because really, when I was spraying Primo once per month, and for the most part that worked, depending on the amount of rainfall and how you're feeding it and several other factors, you really get between 3 to 4 weeks of regulation in most cases with Primo Max. Whereas if you spray it every 2 weeks, pretty much the lawn's not going to come out of regulation until you stop applying it. So that's why I'm a fan of doing it every couple of weeks, especially given the fact that I'm out there anyways, on the 1st and the 15th. So gives me something else to dump in the tank and just to have some fun with. But yeah, man, if what you did, the lawn tolerated it fine. If you're liking the results as far as like the suppression is all that's working well, stick with what you're doing. There's no reason to change it up too much if what you have is working. But I would still say, if you are looking to do anything different, I would not increase the rate. I would take whatever rate you're using, divide that in half, and spray it every 2 weeks. That's the only thing that, if you want to change anything, that would be it. But I wouldn't mess with the rate, since the lawn seems to be tolerating that just fine. Next up is Chris Style 405. He says, yo, what's up going on, Chris? Thanks for coming and hang out in the live stream. Appreciate you. And then he says, Bermuda Guy DIY is back again. He says, and do I maintain my normal fertilization schedule or come down some on that too? I feed the lawn the same way. So you guys, it's not to beat a dead horse, but as far as the total amount of nitrogen that goes into my lawn, it's around 0.7 of a pound of nitrogen every month. So in the first the lawn gets a half a pound from granular and a tenth from liquids. And then on the 15th, it gets another tenth from liquids. And that is what I do from starting in April all the way through until September, October timeframe, depending on how the lawn is looking in the fall. And, I don't change that. That's what it gets when it's under regulation. So that's the same. Yeah. So to answer your question, no, I do not. I feed the lawn the exact same way. I don't reduce the amount of nutrient that I'm putting in, because again, I don't go super heavy. Like most people will do a pound of nitrogen per month. I don't go to that point. I'm well below that. I'm like 30% below what most people put in their lawn as far as the amount of nitrogen going into the soil, based on the way I feed it. And it still looks pretty good, right? I think it looks good. I think it looks pretty solid. All right, next up is Doug 350Z. He says, "Good evening and happy Friday, everyone." What's going on, Doug? Thanks for coming to hang out, sir. Appreciate you saying hi in the live stream. Koi Guy 1 says, "Hello, everyone. Perfect weather for the last few days." It has been, man. It's been, plenty of sunlight, light rain. I think we had rain 2 days ago for like an hour. It was hardly anything. And it's nice. It's been pleasant. You know what I mean? So you can get out there and work in the lawn and it's not super hot yet to where you're hating life being out there. So it's a nice time of the year. I agree. The weather, at least here in Georgia, has been very, very pleasant for being out in the lawn and doing lawn care. Madam Reeds is out here saying hi. What's going on, Madam Reeds? Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. I appreciate you as always. And then next up is Mr. T1000 says, "Happy Friday, Memorial Day in advance." Appreciate you, T1000. Next up, we got Higgy Pop. Says, "Happy Memorial Day weekend. I got my leveling done and dropped several products. Now we wait. Let's all hit that like button for Ron." Thank you so much, Higgy. If you guys are enjoying the show, we're at 135 or so people in the live stream. If you guys wouldn't mind hitting that like button ever so gently, it's a completely free way to support the channel. Think about it. How many times in life can you do something that helps somebody else out and it doesn't really cost you anything money-wise, and even from your time, it costs you like literally a second just to move the mouse or trackpad over there and just go tap. And it's a great way to send good vibes to the YouTube algorithm, send more people over here, and just helps the show to do well. So if you guys wouldn't mind doing that, I would really appreciate it. All right. Koi Guy is back. He says, "Here in Jonesboro, Georgia, time to relax and enjoy the weekend, but I know the wife and I will be in the yard doing something." It's a good thing. It's a good fun, man. Good, clean fun. You think about it. If you go out on the lake this weekend, I'm sure some of you guys have boats like go on the lake. And if you go out on the lake, you gotta be careful because there's a lot of people out there drinking and maybe not paying attention to what they're doing. So it's because every weekend on Lake Lanier, there's always some kind of accident. Every weekend there's accidents, but then on holiday weekends is especially bad. So staying at home, working on your lawn, getting your stripe action again, get your stripe game on, getting the lawn tuned up. So when you take your pictures and send them in for the contest, then you're doing something that's also a lot safe, and you have the chance to win something as well, right? Which is cool. Next up is Mr. Tony Israel. He says, "Sup, Ron, I currently have Tifway 419. I'm looking to overseed to fill in the gaps. I would not do that." He says, "Should I go with 419 seed, or is there a better seed combination to use? Trying to create density, if that makes sense." It does make sense what you're trying to accomplish, Tony. Here's how I would go about it. So you're saying you want the lawn to get denser. You want to get it to the areas that are a little bit thin to fill in. The only seed that I personally have experienced, well, that's not true. I have 2 seeds that I've used with Tifway 419 that I have direct experience with, and they blend fairly well with 419. And that is Princess 77, which you can no longer get. And there's Arden 15, which you can also no longer get. All the other Bermuda grass seeds, I don't know how well they really would blend with Tifway 419. And in most cases, when someone is trying to fill in or get an area that's a bit thin to get thicker, seeding is really not the best way to go about it. With Bermuda, if it's getting enough sunlight, so it's not a shaded area, it's getting enough nitrogen, so you're feeding it properly, and then also you're mowing it regularly. If you combine those things, plenty of sunlight, good nutrient program, and lots of mowing, the lawn is going to thicken up. It's going to spread, and it's going to fill in and it's going to thicken up. If you want to get those areas that are, say you have a big bare spot, so you got like a 4x4 area of your lawn that's got bare spots in it, right? It will take longer if the grass is creeping in from the edges to fill in that 4x4 foot area. So what you can do then is transfer plugs from an area of the lawn that is really healthy and doing great, transfer plugs from there and into that section. What that's going to do is it's going to fill in faster, and then you are guaranteed that once it does fill in, it's going to perfectly match your existing lawn. Tifway 419, to my knowledge, I'm pretty sure on this, but to my knowledge, it's not available in seed. It's sod only. It's a hybrid. It's only available in sod. You can't get it in a seed, so that's out. So you're only, if you were going to go the seed route, which again I'm not recommending that you do, it would be to get Yukon Maya, one of the other Bermuda grass seeds. And again, I don't know how well they would blend with Tifway 419, and there's really no need to do that, assuming you're doing those other things. You got plenty of sunlight, good nutrient program, and you're mowing the lawn regularly. It's going to fill in, and you'll be just good to go. So hope that helps. I would really try and discourage you from going the seeded route, because here's the thing, if you growing a lawn from seed is a lot of work. It takes a lot of water to get it to come in, and even when you do, it doesn't all grow in evenly all at the same rate. If you look at the pictures, the other viewer sent us here of his lawn, you can see, I mean, that's what a Bermuda grass lawn you're trying to establish from seed looks like, and that's 30 days in from being seeded, right? So, really, you could transfer plugs into the few areas that are bare, and it'll, then you're absolutely guaranteed it's going to match. So that is what I would do, Tony. I wouldn't do grass seed, because if it doesn't match, you're stuck with it. Because the one problem with Bermuda is once it's in, it's in. It's really hard to get rid of, and there's not a selective herbicide that will remove one Bermuda type and not injure the others. In other words, say you put some grass seed down and it looks a lot like common Bermuda, right? And you're trying to now have the age-old problem of removing common Bermuda from hybrid Bermuda. There's not really an easy way to do that. There just really isn't. So for all those reasons, hopefully I've convinced you to not do grass seed and just transfer plugs into the bare areas or struggling areas and get your lawn to thicken up that way. So hope that helps. Next up is 007 Lawn, where he's saying, happy Friday, everyone. I think it's a great time, a perfect time to smash that like button. Let's get it. I agree. Let's do that. Let's get that like button smashed. If you've not smashed that like button, definitely do that. It doesn't cost you anything. It's a great way to support the channel. And guys, something else that's happening as well, if you guys want a way to save on carbonized PN, the new organic fertilizer, and Essential G, for this weekend only, Miramichi Green is partnering with us, and you can now save 5% off of those products. So I'll show you. You can use the discount code MD, so like Memorial Day 23, because it's 2023. MD23, using that, and use that at checkout, and that will save you 5% off of granular products. So what I'm talking about are these guys right here. So if you go to shop and then you go to the Miramichi Green Biostimulant section, right here you've got Essential G, the premium organic, and carbonized FUN. Excellent for top dressing, excellent for just increasing the amount of organic material in your lawn that's easier to apply, and an excellent fertilizer. So you're covered in all three: regular feeding, regular soil improvement, fertilizer, and then top dressing. So if you want to save 5%, the code MG or MD23. Actually, no, I'll just pin that so you guys will have it. The discount code MD23 at checkout. That will help you save a little bit over this weekend. It's only going to last until May 30th, which is what, Tuesday? So Tuesday's the last day. So do not wait, and definitely take advantage of that, because again, we don't really do sales, so take advantage of it while you can. The code MD23 for Miramichi granulars. All right, and because I want to make it even easier for you guys, I'm going to give you guys a link that will automatically, through the magic of URL parameters, apply the code for you. So here we go. I'll link that, and then you should be all good to go. Cool beans. All right, so next up, we have Life with Charles and Leah. All right, Life with Charles and Leah. Hopefully you guys are doing well. It says, good day, Ron. I'm wondering, is it possible to stripe Bermuda lawns? I've heard it's possible. I know a guy that does a weekly live stream on Friday nights that tries to stripe Bermuda, and he's been somewhat successful at it. I've read it can be done on some sites, and others say it's not possible. What are your thoughts? Rather than just tell you, why don't I show you? So this is the front lawn, where you're not going to see a whole lot of stripes right now because it's been verticutting and all beat up. This is the vanity strip, which you can see, yeah, some mediocre stripes there because again, it's been beat up all today. And as we transition over to there, you can see that's, I would consider those stripes, right? That's Bermuda grass mowed at 7/10 of an inch. And then as we move towards the back lawn, this is, well, that's a rough area. And then this is Bermuda grass mowed at, again, 7/10 of an inch. And I would consider those to be lawn stripes. So if you are, if you're looking for stripes in your lawn, that would be what you can expect, or what's possible with Bermuda grass. So hope that helps. Hope that helps answer your question. And just for extra credit, I'm giving you guys some stripes in the other direction as well, because you always say I never do that. But yes, it is completely possible to stripe Bermuda. What it takes to do it, Life with Charles and Leah, is you need. It's helpful to have a rotary, or to have a real mower. So any kind of real mower, specifically one with a rear drum, so a greens type mower or a mower like an Allet, anyone that's propelled by a big large drum. That's going to help the lawn stripe better, because really what lawn stripes come from is you are laying the grass down, you're folding the grass down in a particular direction, in like a pattern, right? And what you'll find is the stripes that are, can I fast forward this? I think I can. Maybe not. Let's see. The stripes that are, get to right here and pause it. Yeah. So the stripes that are dark is the grass that is laying towards us. So if we're looking at these stripes right now, the dark ones are the grass that's laying towards us, and the light ones is when the grass is laying away from us. So you need a roller or some kind of roller system of some sort. If you have a rotary mower, you can do that too. There are people that take I've seen people take like a piece of PVC pipe and like fill it with concrete or sand and put that on the back of the mower and just drag that over the lawn whenever they are mowing. And that's a way for them to get stripes as well. But yeah, really a real mower, and particularly one with a rear drum, is what you're going to want to get that stripe action. And really, for the best stripes, you actually want the lawn to be a little bit taller. So I'm at just under 3/4 of an inch. 0.70 is my cutting height right now. And if you go much lower than that, if you go down to say 1/2 inch or just under 1/2 inch, the lawn will still stripe, but two things are going to happen. One, they're not going to be as pronounced, and they're also not going to last as long. So if you think about it, right? If this is a blade of grass, whenever I roll over with my mower and I'm laying it down, the longer the grass blade, right, you got more to lay down, like the stripe tends to last a bit longer. Or if you take a grass blade that is this long, right, the tip of my finger, and lay that down, it's gonna, it'll stripe for a little bit, but it will very quickly, much sooner, pop back up. And the stripes are just not gonna last they're not gonna be as pronounced, not as defined, and they're not gonna last as long. So can you stripe with can you stripe Bermuda? Absolutely. Bermuda stripes amazingly well. Not as good as ryegrass, but it still is possible to get great stripes on a Bermuda grass lawn. It's completely possible to pull that off. I do it several times per week. So it's really in your mower. It's the type of mower you're using to really get the stripes. So hope that helps, sir. It's a ton of fun once you get into it. And if you have any other questions, let me know. I've got videos all on striping. As a matter of fact, our blog for this week, I'll actually send you a link to that. Our blog that we released this week, if you go to guides and then blog, I'm actually make this the pinned comment at the end of the video. This one is all about how to create amazing stripes in your lawn. It talks about the equipment you're going to need. Talks about how to get stripes with a greens mower, different options. So yeah, I will link this. And you know what? What I think I'm going to do is when the live stream's over, I'm going to change this video. I don't like this video. There's another video I have that's even better that just shows them some other options. So at life with Charles and Leah. That's the blog. And if you want like an in-depth video on lawn striping, look no further than this one. This is one that I did. It's either last year or the year before. That's what happens when you get older, man. The years run together. But this video right here is all about lawn striping, and then this is going to get you, that'll be everything you need to know to get stripes in your lawn. How's that? All right, so we have 2 super chats. Let me run down here really quick and grab both of them. The first one is from Mr. Luis Ayabarreño. First one. Do this.
Super chat received.
He says, hi, Ron and everyone. Ron, my Kentucky bluegrass does not tolerate the heat in our area now. Increased watering seems to be helping with the brown areas. That's pretty, that sounds about right. I applied Humic Max and Nutrisolved with some results. Okay. And then next, he says, I still have Lebanon Complete and Organic 444. I was N deficient. I ordered triple Turfplex and Flagship. Suggestions on applications. Hydrotane, I'm semi-dominating, but the neighbors are catching up. So what I would do this time of year, Luis, is you're going to want to use a fertilizer that is higher in potassium. So a higher potassium fertilizer. So everything you listed there, like they will all work, but those all like tend to have nitrogen as the dominant macro in the formulation. So for a lawn that is stressed, right, that's starting to see some stress, this is what I would use. If you go to shop and you go to lawn fertilizer, here you see the 12024. This is our higher potassium fertilizer. This is going to help your lawn manage the stress levels that come, or especially cool season lawns, manage the stress levels that come from this time of year into the summer. With cool season turf, like again, I always say you guys get two peaks, two really good growing seasons, right? So like February through April, mid to late May, that's one growing season. And then you just try to get the lawn to survive and look decent throughout the summer heat. And then it starts up again in August, September, October, November. So a way to help the lawn manage that stress is to go with the Stress 12024. And it's an excellent option. This one has a bit more slow release nitrogen in it as well. So you'll notice the amount of nitrogen is lower. It's 12% versus 16 or 24% like in the Flagship. And it has 24% on potassium, which again is going to help your lawn manage those stress levels a bit better. So as far as what I would use on your lawn this time of year, based on what you're seeing, this is what I would go with. So hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. But that's what I would run. And the big thing also too is what you already said, right? Is watering. Make sure you're keeping enough water on the lawn. Don't allow it to dry out. Hydrotane helps. A higher potassium fertilizer helps. It's just you're just trying to manage the lawn through this this period. You're not trying to push a bunch of growth, and you're just trying to give it every advantage to weather the stressful time of year for cool season turf grass. So hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, let me know. Again, thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate all of the love and support. All right, next. Now the hardest part, guys. This is always the hardest part. I'm gonna put I'll put some intermission music on while I try to find where I left off. Hardest part is finding where I was. All right, yep, here we go. Next up is Dixon Yerma. He says, Ron, if your fridge is out of warranty and the RIS are expensive, considering getting a brand new one. Yeah, and the answer is both. Yeah, so your fridge is out of warranty, and I think the repair I just got quoted was something like just shy of $1,600. Which you can buy a new fridge for that, or you can put, I don't know, $500, $1,000 more with that and have a brand new fridge versus one that may or may not have a problem again in a year or two. So there is that. I'll have to look and see what's going on as far as for refrigerators. The problem with it just going out, it's not so much the money, it's just the inconvenience, the headache of it, right? Because all the food gets spoiled and the ice cream gets, stuff gets ruined, and just you got to go through and throw out a bunch of stuff, which is really unfortunate. That's probably the most irritating part of it. So we'll see. I'll just look and see what refrigerators are going for now. If it's like everything else, what I'm thinking is going to cost like $2,000, $2,500 is probably going to be like $3,000 or $4,000 now with the way inflation is. So we shall see. Something to look into this weekend after I work on the lawn. Gotta have your priorities, right? I mean, it's already broken, so the lawn needs love, so we'll make sure we get that done first. All right, next up is Off-Road NV here from Instagram. Says, hey Ron, we top dressed today. Awesome, I like it. So you can't really hear this, but I'm gonna clap it up for you anyway. If you listen really quiet, really careful, you can hear it. You hear that? So congrats on the top dressing. Very nice. The weather is still pleasant for this time of year. So, yeah, if you're planning on doing top dressing, there's still time to get that done. And I would, now is better than waiting until July, or waiting until this time next month, because it's going to be a whole lot hotter then. All right, next up is Cody Casper. He says, what are your recommendations on dropping, top dressing, I think you said, on top dressing after core aeration? Additionally, where to rent top dressing equipment in Hall County, Georgia? I'm not sure what you mean on dropping. Are you talking about fertilizing? Yes, I guess to answer the question, Cody, is yes, as far as after core aeration. So here's what things I would do after core aeration. I would do lawn biostimulants, so like Essential G. I would do that after core aeration. I would do a granular fertilizer after aeration. I would do hydrotain after a core aeration. And I would top dress after a core aeration. So the answer, I'm trying to think, is there anything I would not do after core aeration? And there might be something, but nothing's really coming to mind. So the answer to your question is yes. Now, as far as where to rent top dressing equipment in Hall County, I don't know of anywhere in Hall County that rents a top dressing machine, but just south of Hall, if you go to Gwinnett, if you go to it's like Peachtree Industrial and 120. So there's a quick trip. Assuming you know the area, it's like at Peachtree Industrial and 120. There's a quick trip there. You turn right heading west, and on your right there's going to be Keystone Equipment Rental. So there's a guy there named Dan or Pat. Pat is there sometimes, but Dan is the guy that's there most of the time. They have a package that has a dingo, an aerator, a top dressing machine, and a trailer to tow all of it home. So as far as like top dressing in style, if you can do it yourself, that's the way to do it. It's not that far of a drive. I don't know what they're charging you right now to rent it, but if you're gonna do top dressing, if you're doing much past 4 or 5 yards of material, it's worth getting one of these machines because it makes quick work of doing it. I'll put you this way. I think it was last year. Last year we did 2 or 3 yards of material of the super sod of the level mix on a friend of mine's lawn, and it took us like an hour and a half, 2 hours. That's like top dressing, dragging it in, everything. It didn't take any time at all. So it's very, as far as just speeding up and taking and saving much of time, it's a huge time saver. But now here's the thing: you need at least 2 people. So you need at least one person that's running the earth and turf machine, like the top dressing machine, the drop spreader. And then you need another person that's running the dingo. So whenever you're done putting it down, you can, you're just like an assembly line. You come back up and the other person's ready to dump more in it. If you're really a boss, you have 3 people. And what you will have is one person on the dingo, one person with the top dressing machine running it, laying down the material, and then you have a third person that's dragging it in, and then you guys just take turns switching it out because the guy or gal that's raking all the material and is kind of getting the short end of the stick. Like everything else is powered, like you're riding on it or it's driving itself. So did that rotation with 3 people, one on the dingo, one on the top dressing machine, and then one draking everything in, you will fly. You can put a ton of material down really quickly doing that. If it's just you, I mean, it's less back-breaking, but it's still, I'd want to have at least 2 people. Ideally, 3 will make it you'll fly through the top dressing job if you're able to do that. Keystone Equipment Rental in Duluth, Georgia is who you want to reach out to. And again, talk to Dan, tell him I sent you. He will probably charge you double, but that's okay. Hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, let me know. And next up, we got Shauna553, where she says, I'm back. Had to get my mow in. So, Shauna, let me get this straight. You started the live stream and you left the live stream to go mow your grass. I feel like a tear's coming down my eyes. I like that. I mean, while I appreciate the support, I'm glad that your priorities are where they should be, which is awesome. Mowing your lawn. Up next, you said, the grass is still looking spotted from Celsius Certainty. It's been a week and a half and I'm mowing every 2 days. My Earthwise reel. Which herbicide do you think actually caused the discoloring? It depends. So what Sean is dealing with, she sprayed Celsius and Certainty, and the areas that she sprayed, it looks like she did some spot spraying, and she got a little bit of discoloration from that. It's hard to say, Shauna, because I'm not sure what rate. I mean, if you spray Celsius and Certainty and you apply them at the correct rates with the right technique, meaning that if, like, say this is your lawn, right? We'll use the soil, let's say it's your lawn, and there's weeds right here in the middle. If you just make a pass just over it, just like that, you really shouldn't get, and you're using the correct rate. So for 4 gallons of water, well, I should probably a better way of saying it, for 4,000 square feet, 0.450 with 4 gallons of water or 4,000 square feet. If you applied at that rate, you really shouldn't see any discoloration. Again, I did my entire lawn in July when I was testing this, and you guys could see some of the spot spraying I also did in that video. I mean, I showed spot spraying in the video, but I actually did my entire lawn to test it to make sure nothing crazy would happen, and I didn't really have any discoloration. I've sprayed a lot of different lawns, both like Alex's lawn, other lawns nearby here. The turf park has been sprayed with Celsius and Certainty, and there's not really any discoloration if you spray it properly. You mix it at the right rates, and then you spray it you mix it the correct rates, and you spray it with good techniques to kind of help with that. If you guys want to see good spray technique, I had helped a buddy of mine out early one morning where and he agreed to let me film it. If you watch this short, it's literally 1 minute, 60 seconds of your time. where you can see good, let's see, spray technique. Because in my videos, it's just me, just an arm, just showing the stuff being sprayed, right? But this short shows someone actually walking and doing it. But the long short of it is, whenever you spray, if you just make one pass, you know, so you're not like back and forth, and you don't like catch the weed and you kind of slow down and can really go really heavy here and keep going. As long as you're applying it evenly, you really shouldn't get discoloration in the lawn. So I difficult to say which herbicide did it. It's likely more just a slight over application probably from technique. The good news is that it's going to bounce back. I mean, it's not like it's going to be like, I saw the pictures that you emailed to me, and I took a look at those, and while you do have some mild discoloration, that's nothing what it would look like if you sprayed it with like Speed Zone and Dismiss, which is a good combination, but it's going to discolor your lawn. And as far as a video showing you some technique, take a look there. That post shows like what your walking pace should look like on whenever you are spraying Celsius Uncertainty on a lawn. So hope that helps. And again, the lawn is going to bounce back from it. So, all right, next up is Phyllis Lawrence. Phyllis Lawrence. Thanks for coming to hang out, Phyllis. She says, "Hi, Ron and my fellow veterans. In commemoration of Memorial Day this year, I will not be able to participate in the mow competition, but I will be ready for next year. No problem. There's no worries at all. You know, you can still, I get it. So your lawn's a work in progress. No worries. But next year, well, here's the thing. How do you know? Here's the problem with this. See, now I've started this. Now every year, you guys are going to be expecting there to be a competition on Memorial Day. Maybe we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. And if you guys like it, then we can make it an annual thing. Why not? It's a fun time of year, and I think it's a fair time of year. So I started thinking about it. Like, you know, I could have done this a little bit earlier in the season. Like I could have done it like in late April, early May, but that really wouldn't be fair to the warm season folks because our lawns are just coming in. And I could have waited till like July, but that's not really fair to the cool season folks because then, you know, July cool season lawns typically aren't looking their best or trying to survive the heat stress. So Memorial Day weekend, end of May, that's probably a fair time of year when the cool season lawns are still looking pretty good and the warm season lawns are also looking good. That's probably a fair time of year to do a competition where everybody is on somewhat of a level playing field as far as the growth in their lawn. All right, we got LG in the house. What's going on, LG? He says, well, hello, my fellow lawn care peeps. What's going on, LG? Hope you're doing well, sir. You got to send me some pictures of your lawn, man. I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen pictures of your lawn this year or anything as yet. What's going on? You don't love me anymore? What happened? Gotta send me some pictures, man. I gotta see how the lawn is coming along. All right, next up is Mr. McNasty Motorsports. He says, howdy all. I laid down some tricolor stripes this morning and slayed the crabgrass forest behind my fence, digging the look of the stripes. Nice. So here's the thing, you got some time to play with it. You know what I mean? Here's the thing. It's the contest does not end. What did it say? Today's the 26th. I think you have 2 weeks, right? Because today's the 26th. Let's go to month. Yeah. So you've got a full week. You've got a full week to get the lawn looking its absolute best. So here's the thing. If you were looking for like a liquid like say you're going to go out and get some Nutrizolve or Turfplex or 901C, something to kind of give it a little kicker, to kind of give it that little extra boost of green before you take your pictures, you still got time. You could order it literally today. It would ship, I don't know, it would ship Tuesday. Yeah, so I mean, it would be close. It'd be tight. But you still got time to get some more, put some more inputs into the lawn to get it looking its absolute best. There's still time to make that happen. And I'm with you, man. Some people, you should be surprised, McNasty. I'll post pictures on YouTube, or I'll post post a picture on YouTube or a video on YouTube or on Instagram, and there are people that'll comment saying, well, why do you do stripes in your lawn? That looks so silly. I'm like, I don't understand it. What do you mean like the stripes look, it doesn't compute. Like stripes are awesome, right? They are incredible. I love stripes in the lawn. It's one of the best parts about mowing a lawn, which is one of the things that's going to keep me away from a robot mower, you know, for a while, until they get better to where they can lay stripes that are on par with what I can get from my Outlet, which good luck. It's just not going to happen. It's not going to be a thing. I could see one as a gap filler. If I'm going out of town or something, I got to just have something just to mow while I'm gone. Fine. But as far as like all the time, probably not. Plus also I enjoy mowing. So there is that. There is that part of it. All right, Ant Live says, I'm in need of that deep green grass look. And how long will these grass seed heads be on the grass? So on my lawn, they're already going away. So well, I mean, I didn't take a close up today, But if you look at even, you kind of see it there on the front lawn. Again, not to beat a dead horse here, but if you look at the front right here, if you look at the vanity strip, so I can pause it. Can I get it? If you look here on the vanity strip, there's really, I mean, again, you can't really zoom in, but there's no seed head action in there. I mean, there's no seed heads in that, not compared to like even like last week. Same thing here with the swale area, no real seed heads to speak of, and the same thing with the back lawn. Like on my lawn, it was about what I said, about a 2 to 3 week problem. In my case, it was around 2 weeks this year, which is awesome. I love that. And so what I would say, Ant Live, for most people, it's 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, right? And the things that will that can help with it, a couple things. One, if you want to try and suppress seed heads in your lawn, you can use a growth regulator like Primo Max. This will help reduce seed heads in your lawn. This is a big part of why I do Primo the end of April, early May. Technically, that could be for some people a touch early if your lawn is not fully established, not fully greened up, not fully thickened up yet. But I would rather the lawn take a little bit longer to fully fill in than have to deal with seed heads. So that's the decision that I make. So I always start the end of April, early May, and just take that all the way through September. So this will help with that. And then as far as deep green, nitrogen and iron and mowing, you know what I mean? So you want to make sure you mow it, so you're stimulating new growth. Make sure you're feeding it a proper amount of nitrogen and a reasonable amount of iron. So there's some of you guys that get out there and want to go out and apply, a ton of iron, 10% plus iron to your lawn. And I've never really done that. And the color of my lawn, I think, is pretty good. So what you'll find, Ant Live, is just applying a balanced amount of nutrients based on your soil test results. So not a crazy amount of nitrogen, just 7/10 or thereabouts every month, and a fertilizer like Turfplex or Nutrizolve or even any of the country clubs, the greens grade fertilizers that have an iron in them. That really is going to be enough, coupled with your regular mowing, to get a deep green look to your lawn. The other thing too, and it's something that you guys don't realize, is make sure that your equipment is sharp. Make sure that your equipment is sharp. That's a big part of it as well. So if you get out there, let's say you're doing everything else right. So you're spraying the lawn with nitrogen and iron, and you're doing all these other things, but your equipment is dull to where whenever it cuts the grass, it's fraying the edges of the grass blades. It's not going to look that good. You're going to still see you'll see some yellowing. Or what you might find is that the lawn, in extreme cases, you'll see yellowing. In less extreme cases, what you'll find is the lawn will just look dull. You know what I mean? The green won't really pop. And if you get down and look really close, you'll find that the edges of the grass are going to be all jagged and torn, and that's a telltale sign that you need to sharpen your equipment. So even though a lot of people don't think about it, and when we want the lawn to get green, we just think, oh, we'll throw nitrogen and iron at it, and that's going to do it. Yes, that's going to help. But as far as getting it to be green and maintaining that green throughout the season, keeping your equipment sharp so that you're causing as little injury to the turf every time you mow it is a hugely important part of it that most people don't consider. So what I'd say is get down and look at your grass. So after you finish mowing it, take a look at your grass and look at the edges. And what you should see is a nice clean cut. It can be different angles, but it should be a nice clean cut, not anything jagged, nothing that looks like the tips of the grass, if you're using a real mower, shouldn't look pinched. Like if you have a real mower that's dull, or if the bed bar to real adjustment is not where it needs to be, what you'll find is you'll take this as a blade of grass, and it will, like, this is the grass, and what you'll find is the tip will get like pinched and get fine. And that's because what's happening is the grass blade is getting trapped between the reel and the bed knife, and it's just basically doing exactly that. It's pinching it and squeezing it, but it's not actually cutting it. That's going to cause the lawn to also not look great too. And no matter how much fertilizer and how much iron you put into it, it's never going to look good until, again, the equipment that you're using is sharp. So there's something else to keep in mind in addition to the stuff I was telling you. That's something that people don't think about. Keep your equipment sharp. That's a big part of getting a great lawn and having it be consistently green. Anyone can throw nitrogen and iron in the lawn and get it to pop and be green for a week or a weekend or whatever. Anyone can do that. But getting it to be consistently green, like, now you're doing something. If you're talking about from the time the lawn greens up all throughout the growing season, the color's always good, it's always consistent. Like, now you're doing something. That's what's hard. That's what's more challenging than just throwing inputs at it and saying, hey, the lawn, it's super green now, but then it falls off and looks less good after a week or two. All right, next up is Two Trilla. He says, hey, Ron, and happy Friday, everyone. I'm looking to get a Greensmaster. Ooh, nice, nice. But the repair bill video scares me, especially with me being so clumsy. Here's the thing, man. Just don't mow concrete. I went extreme. I mowed concrete with my mower. You're not going to do that. You have more sense than me. You're not going to try and get right up to the edge and be like, I can get a little bit closer. I can get a little bit closer. That should be okay. And clunk, and it hit. And here's the thing too. If I had not been what you saw in my case is about as extreme as it can get, because instead of like the middle of the reel and bed knife like touching the concrete, like worst case that might have chipped the reel or caused like a little dull spot in one area. But whenever the edge of the reel hits like the edge of concrete, like the damage I had was really bad because it caused the well, like each of the blades, it caused the well to break. So it caused the reel to get out of round. I mean, it was a really, really bad, it's just what you saw on mine is not common. So that's a more extreme example. But if you do have to replace a reel and bed knife, I mean, everything that goes into it, doing it on a Greensmaster, it's not cheap because it's the reel and bed knife and then the bearings and the work to do it. I mean, you're still, best case scenario, if you find someone's going to do you a favor with parts, I mean, you're still likely looking at, $700, $800, really likely more than that. I mean, it's not cheap. You know what I mean? The problem with the Greensmaster is also the thing that's great about the Greensmaster. The thing that's great about it is that it's a greens mower. It's designed to run, 7-8 hours a day and just be pretty much bulletproof. But the problem with it is that it's really like a $10,000, depending on which year you get, it's like a 5-figure mower. It's a $10,000, $12,000 mower. Now they're even more expensive than that. So even if you buy one that's pre-owned, you get one for $2,000, $3,000. When you break it, you're still buying parts for something that when new was really expensive. So the parts, the price of the parts are going to reflect that. You can get aftermarket stuff, but I mean, if you're going with genuine Toro parts, you're gonna pay for it. So. But if you're going to be careful to Trilla, you will, the level of cut, I will tell you this much, the level of cut that you will get with a greens mower is going to be really hard. It's going to be unmatched. There's anything that's going to be like it. So you have a push mower, a rotary mower can cut the lawn, can look really nice. A push reel mower will look, in my opinion, even better. A powered reel mower, like a True Cut, Trimmer, McLean, is going to be another order of magnitude better. And then a greens mower, going from like a True Cut to a greens mower, it is like another level up. It's another step up. So the Owlet and my 1600 are fairly close. If I'm being nitpicky, the Greensmaster probably does a better. I mean, if you're looking at if you're just really being really super picky, the Greensmaster probably does a better job cutting. Like the quality of the cut is a little bit better with the Greensmaster, mainly because it's an 11 blade reel versus I think it's an 8 blade reel in the Owlet. So there is that difference. But between those two, you're getting closer to splitting hairs. But from like an Owlet, like a C27 or a Greensmaster 1600 and like a True Cut or a Trimmer or a McLean, it's not just a little bit better. It is noticeably better. It's a big difference. Like you will see the difference, and then anyone that looks at your lawn is going to visually see the difference. So I would encourage you to do it. Just be careful, man. Just be careful. They're not hard to do. Just don't hit concrete with them. That's the big thing. The big thing is, as long as you only mow grass, you're good to go. Don't mow twigs. Don't mow rocks. Do not mow concrete. I've tried it. Doesn't work. As long as you just mow grass with it, you're good. It's not a whole lot to go wrong. I mean, the mower will run run forever for you. All right, next up is Adam Carter. He says, I am worried about creating thatch. That's potentially a problem. And if you're letting your grass get really long and you're not bagging your clipping, there is an issue where, yes, you could cause thatch. So he's saying, hey, I have a Husqvarna robot mower. That seems to be one of the more popular ones. A lot of people that have the robot mower seem to really like the Husqvarnas. And I want to start cutting my grass around 1 inch, but before I got it, I was cutting it at 2 inches. Should I just put the robot mower at 1 inch and let it cut? Here's what I would do, Adam. I wouldn't do that. What I would say is this: if you still have a rotary mower, if you know that 1 inch is where you want to maintain the lawn, when you go from 2 inches to 1 inch, cut it with the rotary. Cut it with the rotary because that's going to allow you to bag your clippings, to catch the clippings, because I would not want to take and cut 1 inch worth of clippings and throw that into the lawn. That can cause, it's going to be a lot of debris. It's going to look ugly. It's going to take longer to break down. I just wouldn't do that. So get your rotary mower out, take it from 2 inches to 1 inch. Here's the thing, be ready for this. When you go from 2 inches to 1 inch, it's gonna look ugly. It's good, just be prepared for that. It's gonna be brown. You're gonna be scalping the lawn. It's not gonna look great when you're done with it. You're gonna be like, what did I do? You changed the height of cut. You made a major change in the height of cut, and that's what kind of goes with it. So use your rotary to go from 2 inches to 1 inch, and then, once you've made that change, that scalp, and you've taken all that debris out, then you can put the robot mower on it. And then if it's running regularly, what's coming off should just be dust, just very, very small clippings that, yes, over time, can it cause thatch to build up in the lawn versus if you were bagging it? Yes. But if you're letting the mower run regularly, what's coming off should be so slight that it should break down relatively quickly. You know what I mean? So I wouldn't be too concerned about that. But I would not do what you're suggesting. I would not put the robot mower out on the lawn and have it take the lawn from 2 inches to 1 inch. It's just going to make a big mess. It's going to look ugly for a lot longer than it needs to. Do the major height adjustment with your rotary and then use the robot mower. That is what I would recommend. And if you do that, there shouldn't be, you're not going to have like a ton of thatch building up that quickly versus if you jump an inch plus worth of tissue of grass clippings into the lawn, just let them sit there. That's gonna look ugly. Next up is G Free. He says, "Hey Ron and hashtag Stripe Action Gang, enjoying the content as usual. A good Friday." It is a good Friday. I mean, short of me having to possibly buy another refrigerator, but yeah, outside of that, it is a good Friday. It is. Can't complain. All right, next up is Chris Webb. He says, "Seed heads are pissing me off." Your words, not mine. You look at Chris, here's the thing, man. Even your picture, even your avatar, why so serious? Is it because of the seed heads? You look perturbed, sir. Even in the picture that you got here, I'm looking at here on the screen. You look like you're irritated a little bit. He says, "My yard looks not so green because of it, and it's getting to be rather discouraging. If it wasn't there, the yard would be great. Bunch of white lines in the yard. It's par for the course this time of year. It's just gonna be a thing. The things you can do to help suppress seed heads in your lawn: 1, make sure it's getting enough water. 2, make sure it's got a proper amount of nutrients. So if you've got enough water, enough nutrient, you're mowing it regularly. It's, for most people, it's a 2 to 3 week problem. In my case, it was around 2 weeks, a little less than 2 weeks, and then it really becomes a lot less apparent. I don't really have them showing up in the lawn anymore. Lawn looks great, right? In addition to that, the cheat code you can use to help suppress seed heads, meaning you're not going to see them as much in your lawn, is to use growth regulator. So Primo Max, one benefit of this is that it helps suppress seed heads in your lawn. As a matter of fact, one strategy because there's not really an easy way to kill Poanua in cool season turf, on residential lawns anyway. One of the things that you'll find, or one of the notes that are on the label for Primo, if you read the label, it talks about using this for seed head suppression with Poanua, because the thing that really makes Poa look ugly in a cool season lawn is not the fact that it's really green, because it could pass kind of for some kind of fescue in the lawn if it's just look at the green aspect of it. But it's the seed heads that make it stick out like a sore thumb and make the lawn look horrible. So if you're able to suppress that using a growth regulator, then it tends to blend in. It looks less bad, and you can kind of live with it, right? So as far as growth regulator, as far as Primo Max being used for suppressing seed heads, it's not like really an off-label use. It's actually on the label. They specifically talk about Poanua on the label, using this product for that purpose. Turns out it also helps with Bermuda seed heads as well too. So that's what you can do, Chris. I wouldn't get discouraged, man. Everyone's lawn is dealing with it. Like, if you got a zoysia lawn, heaven help. If you got like, what is it? They have Xeon. If you have El Toro zoysia, heaven help you, man. Like that has seed heads like crazy. Like the Real Rollers Turf Park, 2 weeks ago, the seed heads were really bad. This week, it's a lot better. You know what I mean? So every lawn will have its peak of when the seed heads are really out there in full force. But again, as long as you got enough nutrient, enough water, mowing regularly, and if you really want a little extra help, use growth regulator, it'll go away. So don't get discouraged. It's going to be a temporary problem, and then the lawn will be just fine. Every lawn gets it, including mine. I really wouldn't sweat it. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. Next up is Adam Carter. He says, if I don't need to cut a whole inch going from 2 to 1 inch, how often should I change the cutting height? I don't really, it depends. I mean, it depends, right? So here's what I would say. You start at 2 inches, right? If you want to go lower, what I would say is go from 2 inches to 1.75 inches, right? Or 1.5 inches. So to kind of split the difference, go from 2 inches to say 1.5 inches, and see how the lawn looks. See if you if you have any scalping problems or anything like that. If you start having scalping issues when you go from 2 inches to 1.5 inches, then you know that's where you're going to have to be. You're either going to have to bump it up a little bit, or you're going to have to get out there and top dress the lawn to level it out, to smooth out those little undulations throughout the lawn, and then you're going to be able to go lower. So I would step your way down, and once you find the height of cut where the lawn is happy, where it looks overall, you like the way it looks, there's no scalping, you like the appearance, you like the color, then just leave it there. For example, my lawn right now, it's at 7/10 of an inch. Well, I might, I'll probably, it's only like, we're talking about 5/100ths, right? So I might get up to 0.75 here over the course of the season, maybe, or I might leave it at 7/10. You know what I mean? So I guess the question, to answer your question, is I don't regularly change the height of cut on my mower. I don't really do that. So the front lawn gets mowed at 0.75. That's what the Greensmaster is set. And the Owlet is set to 0.70. And that's what the swale area, the vanity strips, and the back lawn gets cut at. That gets cut at 0.70. And if again, the lawn will tell you what it likes, what height of cut it will tolerate. So once you have that set, I really wouldn't, like I said, I wouldn't really be changing it around. Like on my particular lawn, I've cut it below 1/2 inch. And while the back lawn tolerates it, I don't particularly like the way it looks at that, because while it looks really smooth, it looks literally like a fairway. Like you could literally chip on it and the ball will roll out on it. It's kind of cool. The color isn't as good, in my opinion. The stripes aren't as good, in my opinion. And I like the color of the lawn. I like my stripes. So I raise it up, 2/10. It doesn't sound like very much. I mean, 2/10 of an inch is it's like that. It's not very much, right? But that's enough to make a difference in the color and the stripes in the lawn. So just play with it, Adam. Once you find what the lawn likes, I would just leave it there. I wouldn't be out there, changing it all the time, because there's really no need to, especially with the robot mower. You're not going to be the one mowing it, right? The robot's going to do it. So once you have the height it likes, just let it take it and go from there. All right, so we have a question here from Instagram. It's a good one. It says, "Hey Ron, how often should I apply fungicide?" So I'm a fan of if you're doing a preventative, doing it at least once in the month of May. If you've got the budget and you really want to be ultra cautious, you can do an application in May and June, and then you're good from a preventative standpoint for until the fall. And then when fall time rolls around, at the beginning of October, I would do a fungicide application, and then the beginning of November, I would do another fungicide application. And the reason for the fall fungicide app is to prevent lawn diseases like spring dead spot. So there are lawn diseases that start in the fall, that take root in the fall, and they don't often manifest themselves until the following spring when the lawn begins to warm up. So doing a preventative fungicide in the fall, 2 apps. That I find really helps a lot with preventing damage the following year. So you can do one. You could have done one at the beginning of this month, and you can do one at the beginning. Well, the end of this month is about to be over. You can do one in June. So May, June, and then for me, unless you've got a disease problem in your lawn, I would call that good. You really shouldn't have to do fungicide again until the fall. And I'm answering this again, assuming that you're just talking about a lawn that is cut at normal, like reasonable heights, so 5/8, 3/4 of an inch. 2 apps in this time of year, and then 2 apps in the fall is all you need. If you're talking about a golf green, so if you have a green in your lawn where you're out there mowing, a 0.15, you're out there, you're really out there punishing the lawn, you're injuring it, you're cutting it every day. In that case, you're really going to be applying fungicide monthly, right? And that's where you start getting into a program where you need to start rotating. So if you take something like a fungicide like Pillar or like Headway G, which are like 2 different groups of fungicides in one, you really don't want to do more than 2 subsequent apps, like in a short time frame. So say you were going to do, you say you had Pillar, right? You could do Pillar now, like you could do one at the beginning of May, and you could do another app in June, and I would be fine with that. And if you wanted to use it again in the fall, I'd be good with that too. What I would not do is do like Pillar in May, in June, in July, and I wouldn't do the same thing. So once you get past the second app, especially if you're doing this like subsequently, like on a green, like where you need to like where fungicides, I wouldn't say they become like fertilizer, but they become part of your program to just keep the lawn, keep the green doing well. That is where you're going to want to break that up. So that's where you could use something like a different group, like 336F, like I think Clary's, like the 336F from Clary's, that is a group 1. It's a group 1. It's a different family of fungicide. So you could do that, an application of that, and then go back to like your pillar or go back to headway. You see what I'm saying? But to answer your question, twice now, twice in the fall, and then you're good for the year. If all you're doing is a preventative. So if you have a green, you probably don't need my advice because you already know what you're doing, and you should be doing fungicides more than likely monthly, and just keep rotating them. So hope that helps, Mr. Barriga. If you need anything else, let me know. It's a great question, especially for this time of year. All right, next up, we have Philip Hong. He says, "Hi, Ron. Happy Aloha Friday. Just wondering if you've ever leveled with basalt sand." No, not to my knowledge. Most other sands I can get here in Hawaii has coral in it. What is basalt sand? I don't know what that is. Basalt sand. Yeah, I don't know if that can be used in decorative landscaping and crush. Yeah, I don't know if you can use that for leveling. Here's what I would say, Philip. The golf courses in your area. So you're in Hawaii, right? The golf courses in your area are top dressing the greens, and they're top dressing the the fairways and other parts, the tee boxes, the parts of the course with sand. Find out what they're using. You know what I mean? I'm not familiar with basalt sand. From what I just did, like a 2-second Google search there, it sounds like it's used primarily for decorative purposes. I don't know if it would work well in your lawn. I'm not sure. In other words, I don't know if you want that in your soil profile or not. But what you can do is just call the local golf course and say, "Hey, listen, I'm one of these lawn crazy people, and I'm looking to top dress my lawn. What do you guys use on? What are you guys using on the course, and where are you getting it from?" With it being Hawaii Beacon Island, they're getting it from somewhere on the island, and wherever they're getting it from, you can likely get it from the same place and top dress your lawn with that. It might be the basalt sand. It very well might be, but I would ask them and see what they are using and just go from there. So sorry I don't have a better answer for you. But that is going to be, I think that's going to be the best response by asking, finding out what the local courses are using, where they're getting their material, and then you can get the exact same stuff and top dress your lawn with it. Great question. We have another super chat here. Let me get down here and grab that really quick from Get to Liz. Thank you so much, Get to Liz. Appreciate that.
Super chat received.
She says, "Thank you so much for your advice with my Bermuda grass and getting rid of weeds. The products are amazing. The yard is seriously looking better than everyone else in the cul-de-sac." That's what we go for, right? I mean, I know you want the lawn to look good, but what you really want is whenever people are rolling through the cul-de-sac, they want to be like, you want to see them just rolling and driving at a normal pace, and then they do that slow stop. They pause, right? And it's like, what kind of grass? What kind of grass do they have? What's going on there? What's going on with Liz's lawn? We all live for that. Case in point, Alex had... let me see if I can tell the story right. He had something he was giving away. I think it was like a piece, some shelving or a rack that he had that he was giving away. And someone came by the house to pick it up, and he wasn't there. His wife was there, and they were grabbing it from her. And the person said, your lawn, your husband's lawn, and your neighbor's lawn. He's talking about my lawn. Those two lawns, they look incredible. What kind of grass is it? Like zoysia grass? What kind of grass are you guys using? And she was like, I'm pretty sure it's Bermuda. He says, it can't be Bermuda. Bermuda doesn't look like that. Are you sure it's not zoysia? So it just goes to show, man, like even, that's for a lawn care nerd, like that's the kind of thing we live for. When someone else can take notice and they think that your grass isn't the same grass they have in their lawn, it's pretty awesome. It's one of the best compliments you can get. Hence why our tagline on the store is to be the envy of your neighborhood. Because on some level, whether it's the envy of your neighborhood, the envy of your street, the envy of your cul-de-sac, we're all trying to do that. So I'm glad that you are accomplishing that mission, Liz. Keep going. Only thing I would say is whenever or if your neighbors ever come to you and they say, "Hey, Liz, I got to know. I'm fine. I give up. I got to know what you're doing." Share the knowledge, share the love. Don't be like some folks who be like, "No, I don't know. I just fertilize it and mow it. I don't know why it looks so good." Make sure you share it, because it's always fun. The thing is, if you have some competition, some friendly competition on your street, it's going to make you better. Is what I'm trying to say. So, thanks so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. And we will now move on to our next question. I got to speed up. I'm jibber-jabbering too much. All right. Ravi Patel says, "Can you explain about pre and post-emergent? Do I need to use both on Bermuda grass?" It's an awesome question, Ravi. Yes. So pre, it's in the name. So you think about it. So weeds weeds, when they emerge from the soil, right? So you think about it, when the plant emerges, it's growing from the soil. So that's where the emergent name in the herbicide comes from. So, but has it started growing yet, or has it not started growing yet? So pre-emergent, before, kind of like in the name implies, prior to the plant that we're trying to control emerging or growing. Post-emergent, after the plant that we're trying to control has started growing, has emerged from the soil, right? Started growing. So pre-emergent herbicide is one category of herbicides. Post-emergent herbicides, another category of herbicides. So we can talk through this, and I'll show you some examples when we go here to the store. If you go to the shop and then to the weed killer section on the Golf Course Lawn Store, we have pre and post-emergent herbicides. What you will tend to find is that pre-emergent herbicides tend to be quite a bit less expensive than post-emergence, meaning kind of like most things in life, right? It's easier to prevent the problem in the first place than to treat it after the fact. Same thing when it comes to herbicides for the most part. So when you get into pre-emergence, these are just a couple of examples. There's tons of them that I don't even list here, but some of the more common pre-emergent herbicides that you will see are prodiamine, and then prodiamine, dithiopyr. If you're using Scott's products, they'll have, I think it's pendimethalin is what they use in theirs. There's tons of other ones. There is imdazoflam, which is the active ingredient in Spectacle, I believe. Can I read this? Yes, I think that's what it is. Yeah, imdazoflam. Yeah, so that's what's in this product. So this is another pre-emergent. This is especially good against Poa annua, annual bluegrass, and it's only for use in warm season turf. So pre-emergents in general, the general rule for those is you apply them twice per year. Once in the springtime prior to warm season weeds, so crabgrass, spurge, those emerging, right? That's when the more usual suspects you have to deal with in your lawn. Dandelions. You apply that if you're in Georgia, February timeframe, and what that does, how pre-emergents work, how prodiamine works is as the plant begins to germinate and it starts to try and shoot roots or throw out roots, the herbicide suppresses the plant's ability to grow roots, so it dies off. So it basically kills the root. You kill the root, you kill the plant, right? It can't really grow. But as you would kind of think here, right, is that if you for that to really work, it has to be in the early stages when the plant is trying to germinate. Meaning, if you take a plant that's already growing, already doing well, already established, already living its best life, and use pre-emergent, not going to be very effective against it. So pre-emergent, as the name implies, to work has to be applied. It has to be in the soil pre the weed that you're trying to control emerging, prior to it growing. So for warm season turf, or if you're again in Georgia, the time frame is the February-ish for the spring, and then for the fall, late August, early September. The most correct answer is in the springtime before average soil temps are in the mid-50s, and then in the fall, when soil temps are crossing into the 70s, or crossing into the low 70s, that's when you want to get your fall pre-emergent down. So in the spring, you prevent crabgrass, dandelions, spurge. In the fall, you can prevent clover, Poa annua. You can prevent a lot of the weeds that begin growing in the fall time, right? So that's your pre-emergent. So twice per year, spring and fall, it does most of the heavy lifting as far as keeping weeds out of your lawn. Next up is post-emergence, right? So for post-emergent herbicides, it's a difficult problem because now we're trying to control or kill a particular plant while not injuring the plant that we want to keep, right? So our grass. So it's kind of it's a lot of special alchemy, a lot of special voodoo that's got to happen. It's got to take place to make that happen, which is why you find that the price of post-emergent herbicides, especially the really good ones like Celsius and Certainty, ones that will kill the weeds or kill the plants that we're after, but while minimizing injury to the plant that we want to keep, so like Bermuda, zoysia, St. Augustine, centipede grass, for Celsius and Certainty, the way when you have a herbicide that can selectively target, spurge, doveweed, clover, wild onions, a bunch of different family of plants that we want to get rid of, while not injuring or minimizing injury to the guys you want to keep, that is harder to do. And then by definition, they just cost more. They're more expensive. So if you look at the price of a bag of prodiamine, if you do the granular, it's like $70. You get the small, like the liquid, or the one you have to make into a liquid, it's like $30. This covers like 6,000 square feet. Not that expensive, right? Not too bad. But now if we come back over here and we look at the price on post-emergent herbicides, right? So Certainty, which is designed for targeting sedges, so like any kind of sedges, or Kalinga or Poanua. So here's the thing, right? It's a specialty herbicide, post-emergent herbicide that doesn't even kill everything. So for the $125, you don't even get everything. You get a certain family, you get a suite, you get a subset of the weeds. You get sedges, you get Kalinga, and you get Poanua. That's what Certainty will do. It'll take care of those, right? So some of your more grassy weeds is what it will take care of. Now, if we go back here, you'll see its sidekick is Celsius. This is an excellent herbicide, and its specialty is broadleaf weeds. And kind of the name implies, if it's a fine leaf, that tends to be more of a grassy weed. So like when I think about those, I think of like sedges, Poanua. Those are more grassy type weeds that Certainty works well against. Broadleaves like dandelions, violets. So Celsius will work well against those. So broadleaf weeds, a bigger leaf where it looks more like it's just broad. It's a wide leaf. That is where Celsius shines in, right? So this will kill over 150 different types of weeds. I don't have them all listed here, but it kills tons of them. And the nice thing about Celsius as a post-emergent is that it will injure and or kill those weeds while minimizing damage to your grass. So to answer your question, pre and post-emergent herbicides, they both are part of an overall weed control strategy. Pre-emergence, if you use pre-emergence, your need for post-emergence is going to be a lot less. So if you don't, if you look at a lawn in your neighborhood and it's just covered in weeds, they likely didn't apply pre-emergent, right? So if you apply pre-emergent at the correct time of year, when it comes to pre-emergent, a little bit early is better than a little bit late. If you do that, then you're going to be using the post-emergent herbicides a lot less. You'll buy like a bottle of Celsius and a bottle of Certainty, and literally that'll last you for years and years and years, because you're going to be using it for spot spraying. Instead of having to blanket spray the entire lawn to kill all the weeds and try and get the lawn under control, you're not going to need to do that if you use pre-emergent herbicides at the correct times of year. Does that make sense? So that's a bit of a crash course on pre and post-emergent herbicides. Yes, you do use both of them. They serve different purposes, and it is much less expensive to prevent weeds in the first place than try and control them after the fact. So hope that helps. If you have any other questions, let me know. And yeah, it's a good question. It's one I have not been asked in quite a while, so it was fun to chat about that. So hopefully that helps for you. And yes, you need both on Bermuda grass. A great option. We didn't cover that. A great option for, I didn't go into this, but a good option for pre-emergence in the springtime are, if I had a choice between dithiopyr and prodiamine, if I had to choose between the two on Bermuda grass in the spring, I like dithiopyr because, unlike prodiamine, which is strictly a pre-emergent, dithiopyr has the ability to kill young crabgrass. So crabgrass that just started growing, just started sprouting, this has the ability to control it better. Whereas prodiamine doesn't really have any post-emergent control against crabgrass. So if I had to pick one to use in the spring, I would use dithiopyr in the spring. I mean, either of them will work, but I would pick this one in the spring, and then you could use prodiamine in the fall if you're looking for a budget option. If you're looking for really, in my opinion, one of the best pre-emergents you can use on warm season grass. Again, Kate, you got to hear this. It's only for warm season grass in the fall. You really be hard pressed to beat Spectacle Flow. The problem with it is this bottle that's like 18 ounces is like $350. So you'd want to get this and split this with like friends, families, neighbors, lawn care buddies in your area. But this stuff, you'll apply this, and as far as keeping POA and just keeping your lawn for the most part weed free, as you go from the fall into the spring, it's really hard to beat Spectacle. This is an excellent product, and the price reflects it. Like it's among the best, and they know it, so they charge a lot of money for it. So there's that. So hope that helps, Ravi. If you need anything else, let me know. And I think now you know most of, or a lot of what you need to know as far as pre and post-emergent herbicides. If you have any questions, hit me up. All right, next up is elevated times, where he says, how can I break a pre-emergent barrier so I can seed? You can try I've seen people try all kinds of different things. I've seen people like do a really heavy core aeration. I've seen people do tilling, like doing a tilling to help till up the soil. to help break the barrier. And while those things help, the best thing is really just time. So you are still going to get less good germination over that 3 to 4, 5, depending on how good you did a job of you did like that, we'll call it 4 months. That 4-month period from the time you apply pre-emergent, like it's just nothing's going to germinate really well during that time period, regardless of what you do. If you core aerate, yes, it can help some. If you till the lawn, yes, it can help some, but it's still not going to be as good as if you did not apply pre-emergent at all. So if you want to try it, you can elevated times. If you don't mind, the money you're going to be spending in watering and doing addition to several rounds of seeding, you can give that a shot. But just realize that just you going out there and aerating and you going out there and like doing a light till of the lawn, that in itself is not going to be enough for you to get like amazing germination if you applied pre-emergent this spring. All right, next up is a question here from Instagram about top dressing from Deshea2. Says, when is it too late in the year to aerate and top dress Bermuda grass in Georgia? Excellent. See, it's an excellent question because you told me the kind of grass you have, you told me where you are. That's excellent. Great way to do it. New to the golf course lawn game and appreciate the advice. So I would not top dress in Georgia really later than mid to late July. So the third week of July is about as late as I would do a top dressing, because what that does is if you top dress, say, the 3rd to 4th week of July, that still gives you all of August for the lawn to recover. So you want there to still be enough, long days, plenty of sunlight, plenty of heat, where Bermuda's growing aggressively for the lawn to recover. So if you're asking if you can still top dress this year, you still got plenty of time. If you do it the way that I recommend that we show here in the calendar, so if you go to the golf course lawn store and then you go to guides and then go to lawn care schedule, and then option 5 here is our monthly application calendar. When you get to, where is it? To May, you'll see here where I talk about top dressing. So, March is all the prep work, April's all the prep work, and then May is really go time. And in May is where I talk about optional, but top dressing. If you do your first top dress in late April, early May, then you could do another one in June timeframe, and then you could do a third one if you really still, have the energy to do it in July. So you can really get 3 good top dressings in a growing season in Georgia without really too much trouble. So 3 times, latest I would personally do it is the 3rd to 4th week of July, depending on how the temperatures and how everything are going. But that's a good, safe, time period, a good safe date to mark on your calendar that gives you a bit of wiggle room that your lawn should be recovered before it starts going into dormancy like in September. So hope that helps. All right, so let me get back over here to YouTube. We got a couple of super chats. Let me get caught up on those. All right, so we got a super chat from Fabe. Let's see, from Fabes 326. Thanks so much, Fabes.
Super chat received.
He says, is it okay to put Primo Max on new grass that was put down to fill in bare spots roughly 7 weeks ago? Okay, so Primo Max in of itself is not going to fill in bare spots. What's going to fill in bare spots is regular mowing. So Primo does suppress or discourage the lawn from growing tall, which when coupled with regular mowing is going to encourage it to spread in, which is going to help your bare spots to fill in. But it's not like on the label, Primo is not labeled for filling in bare spots. It's more of a byproduct of using this coupled with your regular mowing. Is it okay to use a new grass that was put down to fill in bare spots 7 weeks ago? So 7 weeks. I'll put it to you this way. If you're mowing it, Fabes, if you're mowing it, then yes. If you're already on the lawn, if you're feeding it and you're already mowing it, then yes, you can use growth regulator on it. If you want to be conservative, what you can do is apply it twice per, so take the monthly rate, cut it in half, and apply it at that half rate twice per month. That's a great strategy. That's going to be, I don't want to say stressful, but it's less stressful on the turf to do it that way, and then you'll be just fine. So if you're on the lawn already, if you're out like walking on it and mowing it and fertilizing it, then yes, you can use growth regulator on it. And if you want, I've got have a blog post here on said topic of growth regulation, which is right. Did it already go to page 2? It's already on page 2. All right, right here. How plant growth regulation can make your lawn thicker and greener. So I'll link this for you here in the chat, and you can read over that. And the latter part of that post is going to talk about using like doing a split application, like taking the monthly rate and cutting it in half. So let's see. So at Fabes 326, that one. and you're good to go. And as far as what I would recommend for growth regulator, it would be Primo Max. You can find it under the fertilizer section on the Golf Course Lawn Store. Because I'm feeling especially nice tonight, I will link it to you because I'm just that nice. I'll put a link here in the chat for you, so you don't have to go looking for it. You can just click on that, and then you will be good to go. All right, so there's the link to Primo. Thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. All right, next up we have another super chat here from Lord Hog. Thank you for the super chat.
Received.
All right, he says, what seed product should I get? Bermuda, big box store. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I just use Celsius and Certainty with surfactant. Use the same concentration as seen in your video. Just so results. Can I spray it again? I'm in the LA area. Okay, so it depends on. You shouldn't see so results. I mean that's a pretty, like the rate that I show in that video is the full rate for Celsius, and then it's a slightly lighter rate for Certainty. So if you are trying to target Poa annua, which again, Poa is going to start dying off here soon, but if you were going to target Poa annua, then yes, I agree. You do need to bump the rate for Certainty up to get a good result against Poa annua. If you're targeting sedges, that rate is absolutely fine. So it depends on which weeds you were targeting, if you have to make any kind of adjustments. And also keep in mind that as far as the time to start seeing results, if you spray a lawn with Celsius and Certainty, really you should spray it and then don't look at it for 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, you're going to start seeing it yellowing, and then the weeds will begin to die off. But if it's not like Roundup or anything like that where you spray it and then like the next day you're seeing results. It just doesn't work that way because again, post-emergent, you're trying to play a balancing act here of damaging the plant that we don't want, the weeds, while minimizing injury to the plant that we do want, our grass, right? So the good post-emergent herbicides that accomplish that, kill weeds, not damage your grass, tend to work a bit slower than the stuff that you can apply and then 2 days later you're seeing a result. Like, yeah, you'll see a result, but then your lawn is also going to have, pretty severe discoloration as a byproduct of that. As far as when you can spray it again, I would give it 3 weeks between applications. Assuming you need to, I would give it 3 weeks before I apply it again. And again, if you're trying to target Poa should begin dying off here on its own pretty soon as the temperatures are getting hotter. If where you are just happens to be cooler in the LA area, then I would go, again, bump that rate up for Certainty a bit if you're trying to target Poa, because the rate for Certainty is between 1.25 ounces per acre, which equates to, where is this? I got it here. Which equates to one on the, so in other words, on the low end for Certainty, if you're targeting Poa, it is one large scoop. One of these over 1,000 square feet is the low end of Certainty if you're targeting Poa annua. The rate goes from 1.25 ounces per acre up to 2 ounces per acre if you're targeting Poa. So really you could do one large scoop and then one small scoop over 1,000 square feet if you're trying to bump the rate up a little bit. Again, if you're targeting Poa annua. If you're going after sedges, you really don't need to do that. The rate that I show, what I demonstrate in that video works very well against sedges when you're using Certainty. Because again, this stuff's expensive. There's no reason to use more of it than you absolutely need to. So hope that helps. As far as Bermuda grass seed, I would not get it from the big box stores. If you're planning on doing a lawn renovation and you want to grow it from seed, I would go to like Hancock Seed. Like they have a pretty good selection of Bermuda grass seed, and I would get a premium grass seed from them. I would not get any of the blends from the big box stores. I wouldn't do that. I would get given how much work it is to do this and how much it's going to cost you in watering, you really want to get a quality seed. And again, like when I was buying Arden 15, I got it from Hancock Seed in, I think they're in Lakeland, Florida. So give them a call and see what they have to offer, and they will take care of you. So I hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, let me know. Let me know. And actually, you're saying, let's see. He says, I've been at least be alarmist 3 weeks since I applied. Crabgrass looks the same. There are other types of weeds. I'm not sure what they are. Okay, so for crabgrass, the best herbicide against crabgrass, if it's mature, is quinclorac. And you have Bermuda, yeah, so quinclorac's fine. Is quinclorac. Celsius does work against crabgrass, but it really works well against young crabgrass. So if you've got crabgrass that is more mature, much past like fourth or fifth tiller stage, if it's more mature, like it's already fatting out and starting to get bigger, you're going to really want to go after that with something like quinclorac. Like that, as far as like, in my opinion, the best post-emergent herbicide. If all you care about is crabgrass, quinclorac is really tough to beat. And you can spray that on Bermuda. You can spray it on zoysia. You can spray it on a lot of different types of grass. You just can't use it on St. Augustine or there's another one, or centipede grass. You shouldn't spray either of those with it. But I mean, if all you care about is crabgrass, get quinclorac and use that against it, especially if it's more mature crabgrass, because that will kill it. But even quinclorac, if you wait too long and the crabgrass gets big, it's more mature, it may take a couple of rounds of quinclorac, because crabgrass is difficult to kill, especially as it gets more mature. It's best controlled, like most weeds, it's best controlled when it's young, before it really gets established and gets too large. I mean, Celsius does kill it, but it works better when it's young crabgrass. So hope that helps, Lord Hog. I do appreciate the super chat. If you have any other questions, let me know. All right, next up is Ravi Patel. He says, also in the winter, I would like to seed some kind of winter grass in North Texas. Any good ones? Most people that tend to overseed their warm season lawns, overseed Bermuda with a cool season grass to keep it green during the winter, they tend to use ryegrass. Now, that can work in the sense that you can get a green lawn during the winter and into the spring. But the thing you have to keep in mind, Robbie, is if you do that, you are going to need to get a post-emergent herbicide like Celsius, something similar along those lines, to spray it out when late March timeframe rolls around, to get rid of it. Because if you don't kill off the ryegrass you spray in your lawn, it's going to negatively impact the Bermuda. The Bermuda is going to take a lot longer to come out of dormancy. It's not going to get really thick. Like, the two grasses are going to be competing against each other, and the net result is that neither grass is going to look good. So if you want to go down this route of overseeding your lawn in the fall to have a green lawn during the winter months, and in the spring, that's fine. But just plan for having to spray a post-emergent herbicide. We just learned about that, right? To spray a post-emergent herbicide like Celsius over the entire lawn to get rid of the ryegrass, so the Bermuda can then come out of dormancy and do well. So just something to keep in mind. All right. Next up is Omar Garcia. He says, the heat from the street may have taken the grass out of dormancy sooner, hence making it greener. Just hopped on, so I may have missed the context. That's a good point. That's a good point, Omar. That's fair. But I mean, if you look at the picture here, where is it? This one. Yeah, not that one. If you look at this one, even better one, this one. Third time's a charm. Yeah, I mean, I could see the heat from the street helping some, but I mean, that much? You think that? I mean, that's a good. How much is that? That's a good 6 to 7 feet, maybe 8 feet. I mean, it could be. You're right. It very well could be the heat from the street that's helping it to take off a bit faster. But I wouldn't. The thing for me, Omar, and yeah, right. That would also make sense as far as the line, because it would be in line with the street. So that's a good point. It could be that. It very well could be the difference in soil temperature there that's causing the grass to green up. That's a good one. I didn't think about that. That's a good point. I still lean towards watering and maybe nutrient, but you may have cracked the case. It very well might be a temperature thing, a soil temperature thing. Good call. All right, Marvin Love says, also check the soil sample. I'm not sure if that's for me or for someone else, but yeah, I appreciate the comment. I don't think I have any email here with soil test results in it. I don't think so. Oh yeah, you did. I do have, but you sent me a bajillion. You sent me 1, 2, 3. You sent me like 15 pictures. I am gonna have to answer this after the show, Marvin, because I can't go through like 1, 2, 3, 12, 16, 17 pictures live right now. I can't, because I have to go through them and sort them and they're all somewhat large. I have to resize them. So I will answer your question, but it will be after the show tonight, because I can't go through 17 pictures live. But I will get you a good answer. I promise. At the end of the show, I will email you back. All right, next up is None. Someone named None says, hey, Ron, I got my soil analysis kit results back. For Bermuda lawn, my pH was 6.32. That's good. But they say sulfur was low at 4.09. The lowest is 7. Normal is 7.0. Is there any reason to add sulfur? By itself, no. I don't really add sulfur to my lawn by itself, but I'll show you a way to get sulfur while also feeding your lawn. So if you go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and you go to the lawn fertilizer section and you look at any of these fertilizers, any of these options from Lebanon Turf. So I think Humic Max has it as well. I believe so. I know the greens grade ones do. But if you look at the label for Humic Max and you look at the analysis, right? So in addition to having 16% nitrogen, 8% potassium, and then 9% humic acid. In addition to that, you also get 3.8%, almost 4% sulfur, right? So as a part of applying the fertilizer, you're also adding sulfur to your soil profile. So that's a way to get sulfur in your soil, and the other ones also have it too. It's the same thing for the complete. I don't know what its percentages. I'm not sure if it's the same thing. But for the complete, the amount of sulfur in it is, let's see, 6.6%. So there you go, almost 7% sulfur. So all three of the Lebanon turf fertilizers, all three of these contain sulfur in them as well. So that is how I would do it if you're looking to get sulfur into your, to raise your nutrient levels, your sulfur levels in your soil. I would pick one of those three. One of those three will be a good fit for yours from your soil test results. And based on that, you'll also correct the sulfur deficiency as well. If you want to see where you can find those, they are all listed right here. And to make it, you can get it right. You can get all those right there. Guys, also, while I'm looking for the next comment, something else also new, also good, something else I want to share with you guys as well. So we shared the striping contest. We shared the promotion that Miramichi Green is running on their granular, so you can save 5% using the discount code MD, so Memorial Day 23, so MD23 at checkout. So you can do that. But in addition, something we've been working on in the background on the Golf Course Lawn Store, and we finally launched it this week. It's not 100% yet. It's not completely done. We're going to continue building it out. But you guys notice we have our guide section where you have the blog, which has a lot of our content that gets updated. The goal is weekly. You have the lawn care schedule, which has, our just spring lawn care, summer lawn care, fall lawn care. But in addition, this week, we silently also launched our knowledge base. If you go to guides and knowledge base, what this has is, if you're looking for lawn care schedules, they're all in one area, all put together there. If you're looking for lawn care guides, like how to top dress your lawns, how to deal with muddy problems in your lawn, how to core aerate your lawn, they're all assembled in an easy to find place for dealing with diseases in your lawn, how to identify the weeds that could destroy your lawns. If you click on that, it shows different talks about the weed life cycle, shows some of the different types of weeds, talks about options for killing them. We actually had another list of common lawn pests as well. So we go into this one. You've got your different grubs, different types of insects, white grubs, bill bugs, Japanese beetles. So it's the goal with this, and we're going to continue building it out, is a way for it to be like just what it sounds like, a knowledge base, right? A way for you to find be your resource for lawn care content. And that's what this represents. So hopefully you guys are going to get some value out of it. Some of the most popular guides, like, best for products for killing weeds without killing your grass, step aside for getting a golf course lawn, discussion about fungicides. The FAQ, I'm still writing this up, so this will launch hopefully this upcoming week. But there's also a lawn care term, some glossary of common lawn care terms. So, like, what does it mean when a soil is acidic? What does it mean when to aerify your lawn? What does it mean when a soil is alkaline? What is a broadcast application? What is compaction and how to fix it? What's a dandelion? What's dethatching? So I thought of a lot of the common, questions I get, and we started building out this glossary. And it's going to get filled out more and more and more as you guys send me. Inevitably, someone's going to send me an email saying, "Dude, it's a glossary. You call this a glossary? You totally forgot this." And I'll be like, "You know what? You're absolutely right. I will add it." So that's what's going to happen. So this is like version 1.0 of it. This is taken literally, we started working on this like last year, and it's only now at the point where I feel good enough about it that I'm going to release it and share it with you guys. So if you want something that you want to share with friends, family, friends, and say, hey, as far as like a resource that has a lot of information based on the stuff that I teach on how to get a great looking lawn, that's all in one area that's easy to find. The new knowledge base is where you can go. So I will actually make that our pinned comment on the live stream right there. So that will be our pinned comment for the evening. And feel free to share that with friends, family, neighbors, anyone that wants to get their lawn looking a lot better. It'll also be the pinned comment at the end of the show tonight. And for those of you guys on Instagram, this is what I'm talking about right there. That's the new Golf Course Lawn Store knowledge base. So hope you guys enjoy it, and hope you enjoy it as much as fun that I had, putting it with the team, putting it together. So hope you guys get some value out of it. If there's something that you want to see different, or things that I can change about to make it better, feel free to email me. You guys got my email address. It is ron@golfcourselawn.com. Feel free to reach out to me with feedback on things that could be better, and I will definitely take that under consideration and improve it. All right, next up is Anthony Davis. He says, hey, Ron, is it too late to apply a Aceleprint to my lawn? No, it is not. It is not too late to apply a Aceleprint to your lawn. I would get it done, though. I would, the longer you apply, the longer you wait, the longer you're allowing grubs to progress through their life cycle to the point where they can begin injuring your lawn. So if it were me, I would get it down sooner than later, Anthony. And then as far as options for Aceleprint, you can get it in both a liquid, right, in Aceleprint SC, if you like liquids, and you can get it in a granular in Aceleprint G. So whichever way you want to go, whatever your vintage is, you got Aceleprint in both options. Both of them will work well. Both of them are equally effective. It's really just your preference on which way you want to go. All right, next up is Ashley Halt. She says, hi, Ron, I have Bermuda lawn, but I recently noticed some St. Augustine in it. How can I get rid of the St. Augustine grasses? They're both warm season grasses. Long-time listener, first-time comment. Great question, Ashley, and I've got the answer for you. So as far as to kind of pivot on Ravi's question earlier about post-emergent herbicides, so there are post-emergent herbicides that are safe for some grass types and not so safe for other grass types, right? So even though St. Augustine and Bermuda are both warm season grass types, if you take a post-emergent herbicide like quinclorac, which is great against crabgrass, while Bermuda tolerates that very well, St. Augustine grass and centipede grass does not. So if you spray a centipede lawn or a St. Augustine lawn with quinclorac, it's going to injure and or kill it, depending on the ratio you use, and a couple of rounds of it will very much get rid of it, will kill it off. So what I would say is, given that you have Bermuda, I would go with quinclorac. I will get you a link to that, because again, that is one, that's a great option of a herbicide that is great, that Bermuda tolerates well, and St. Augustine does not. So now the thing is that you asked the easier of the two questions, because if the question is the other way around, let's say you have St. Augustine grass and you want to get rid of Bermuda, heaven help you. There's not really, at least not that I know of, there's not really an easy way to get rid of Bermuda in residential St. Augustine turf. There's not really an easy way to do that. So at Ashley, this is what you're going to want. This will get rid of, again, it may take more than one application, but this will injure and or kill the St. Augustine grass while being safe for your Bermuda. So hope that helps. Definitely give it a shot and report back to me. Let me know how it works for you. If you need anything else, let me know. Gladiator392 is up next. He says, hey, Ron, what's up? How you doing? Question, how do I get my Bermuda grass to fill in spots in my yard? I put down ironite and a 3-in-1 fertilizer. A 3-in-1 is like a weed and feed, like a prevents, kills, feeds. To get thicker, how long will my ball spots take to fill in? Okay, so the way to get ball spots to fill in your lawn, Gladiator, if it's Bermuda, is we need to identify, first of all, why those areas are bald in the first place. Because if Bermuda is getting enough nitrogen, meaning it's getting enough fertilizer, it's getting enough water and enough sunlight, enough sunlight, enough heat, it's going to do just fine. The only other thing really that can cause you to have a bare spot in a Bermuda lawn is if you have any kind of debris, like if there's like a piece of plywood or construction debris, that also will cause Bermuda to not do well in that area. Or if there's a lot of traffic, you know what I mean? So if there's a lot of traffic over the lawn where people are parking cars on it, or kids are always playing in that area, or dogs are always in that area, that can cause it to be bare. Disease can cause bare spots. So we need to identify why those areas are bare in the first place. Shade is a huge culprit as far as what can cause Bermuda to be thin and also cause bare spots. So if all those are satisfied, which it sounds probably not, because otherwise you wouldn't have the problem. If all those are, once you correct those, then the bare spots really should fill in. And if say you find, hey, there's some construction debris or there's a shade problem. So now I'm going to cut the trees back. I'm going to trim the trees back so more sunlight can get to the area that's struggling a bit. What I would do as far as to get that to thicken up or to give that area like a boost is to transfer plugs from an area of your lawn that's doing well into the area where the bare spots are. Ironite is really not going to do a whole lot to help the lawn, to help that area to accelerate it thickening up that much. A 3-in-1, if it's what I'm thinking about, which is like a prevents, like a weed and feed product, so like a pre-emergent, post-emergent, and fertilizer. The fertilizer product could help some. I mean, it will encourage growth, but really for it to assuming you fix all the problems, the thing that's going to cause or going to encourage the grass in that area to thicken up is regular mowing. So it sounds kind of counterintuitive, like cutting your grass is going to actually help it grow more, but that's how it works. Because when you're regularly cutting the grass, you're giving it a reason to grow new leaf, to go into spreading so it can get more sunlight, right? That's the whole thing. Grass wants to get sunlight, wants to grow. If you're not cutting it frequently and you allowing it to get to like, 3 inches, like for Bermuda grass, it has no reason to spread because it's like you're already 3 inches tall, it's already getting, plenty of sunlight, it's living its best life. There's no reason for it to get thicker. But if you start cutting it regularly, and by that I mean twice per week, the fact that you're cutting it regularly, you're going to encourage the grass to grow and spread so it has more leaf, more area to catch sunlight, and the net result is that you're going to get that bare spot to fill in. It's not really going to come, again, ironite's not really going to do it, and fertilizer to a limited extent is going to help some. So as long as the soil has enough nutrient, really it comes down to a lot of mowing. Like regular mowing is going to help it to fill in a bit sooner. And again, assuming there's no problems like shade or debris or disease or some of the whatever's causing the area to be bare in the first place, and then it's just time, and it will correct itself. So hope that helps. I would not go crazy heavy with like fertilizer apps or iron apps because that's not going to it's not going to fix the problem. It's not going to correct the problem. All right, so next up is Wayne69 Wayne. He says, what to use only to have grass grow and not weeds? Okay, it's a good question, Wayne. So if you want, so here's the thing, grass is a plant, weeds are a plant. Well, like what we call weeds is really just a label for a less desirable plant, right? It's one we just don't want in our lawn. So weeds and grass, really, they're both plants. So if you want to have a lawn that is a monoculture, right? There's largely just one plant type, which is just one grass. The way to do that is to get that grass to be nice and thick, which makes it more difficult for other plants to invade or grow in that area. So think about it, for like, say your neighbor's lawn has, like their lawn's full of weeds, right? They got dandelions and they don't take care of the lawn. And the seeds from that lawn blow over and they get into your lawn. What does it take for like weeds, right? For dandelions or clover or whatever else we don't want in our lawn to grow? They need soil, they need bare soil, they need sunlight, and they need nutrients, right? So if we have a thick stand of grass, which you get from regular mowing and just in a good nutrient program, and your lawn is nice and thick, it's really difficult that even if the seeds from weeds or plants we don't want land in your lawn, it's difficult for them to establish because you've got this one grass that's like hulking out and it's taking over everything, and it's the dominant, it's the alpha, it's the one that's running the show in your lawn. That in itself is like natural weed control. It makes it more difficult for any other plant to begin establishing in your lawn. Outside of having a healthy, thick lawn, which comes from a good nutrient program and regular mowing, really pre-emergent, that's going to be your next bet. So a fall pre-emergent and a spring pre-emergent are a great way to keep weeds out of your lawn. Couple that with a good nutrient program and mowing, and you're like 95% the way there. You may see some weeds here and there, but it's going to be few and far between. You can easily just pick them out with a weeding tool and you're good. You know what I mean? So it's multiple things. You can use herbicides. Like the idea behind using herbicides really is just to get ahead of the game. Your idea is to knock the weeds back, to injure the weeds, so you give your grass a chance to become the dominant plant in your lawn. And then it makes it more difficult for the weed to reestablish, right? So grow a thick, healthy lawn, use pre-emergent, and you're like 95% the way there of having a largely weed-free lawn. It's not gonna be 100% weed-free, but you're pretty much most of the way there if you do those things. So I hope that helps. It's a great question. All right, next up is Diamond Shouties. Says a 32-inch greens mower is game changing. 32-inch greens mower. What 32-inch greens mower do you have? I didn't know that Toro did one that wide. I know they have a 26-inch, but maybe And I would think I think the triplex is larger, triplex, however you pronounce it. I think it's wider than that, isn't it? I think it's wider than 32 inches. Maybe that's all it is. I'm not sure. But yes, if you have a larger property, a wider mower definitely would make quick work of mowing the lawn. I would agree with that. All right, Wayne69. Wayne says, what I use in the yard to stop weeds from growing. So I've kind of already covered that. So if you're trying to control existing weeds, right? So if you're trying to kill weeds that are currently in your lawn, to answer the question, I have to know a couple of things. I have to know really two things. One of them being the most important, which is what kind of grass do you have? Because there are herbicides, right? So, weed killers that are safe to use on warm season grass that are not safe to use on cool season grass and vice versa. So we need to know what kind of grass you have and also what kind of weed you're trying to control or kill in your lawn. You know what I mean? Because if you do that, then if you know those two things, then it becomes easy to select the best tool for the job, because not all herbicides will do everything. Like Celsius and Certainty is a great combination, does like 90% of what most people need as far as cleaning up their lawns. But if you have something special, like if all you got is a lawn that's infested with a lot of mature crabgrass, then you should just use quinclorac if you have Bermuda, right? So I need to know what kind of grass you have. Most importantly, what kind of grass you have before I can really recommend anything. What can work for most people? So I'll show you an option, but you got to be careful with it. Is something like this, like Triad. So if we go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop, go to weed killer, like a good catch-all that has a bit of everything, it's a blend, is this. This is like Spectricide on steroids, right? So you go to the big box where they have an orange bottle that people use a lot, a label called Spectricide. This is a more concentrated version of that. You got to be careful with what temperatures you spray this, because it can discolor the lawn. And as far as taking care of a lot of weeds, particularly broadleafs, this does a pretty good job. But again, it's helpful to know what kind of grass you have, because if your lawn is covered in in sedges, this is not the best option. Something like Certainty would be a better option instead of that. So if you want to email me later and say, hey, this is the kind of grass I have in my lawn, this is my email address, ron@golfcourselawn.com. This is the kind of grass I have. And if you want to send me a picture of the weeds you're trying to control, I can give you some ideas. But just by itself, it's difficult to give you the best possible answer without those details. So hope that makes sense. All right, next up is James Kelly. He says, I've been using PGR started May 1st and again on the 13th, and now I'm getting the browsing effect. I have Kentucky bluegrass, and I want to know how long this lasts, or should I stop PGR during the summer months? Okay, so the thing I would check, James, is what rate are you spraying for primo? Because the bronzing effect really should be one time. Should really, as long as you don't allow the lawn to come out of regulation, it really should only happen when you first introduce primo to the lawn. As long as you don't allow it to come out of it, you really shouldn't see that again. So a couple of things could be happening here. If you are, if you're under applying it, so if you're not using the correct rate, what can happen is you're not doing enough to get the lawn to go into regulation. So every time you do it, you're getting that bronzing effect, or you are, like the first time you did it, you said it was May 1st, you're over applying, like you're going just way too heavy on the rate, which can also cause some yellowing. The way this really should work is the first time you spray a lawn with Primo, if you're using, especially if you're going with higher rates, if you're doing the split app, you really shouldn't even get that. But if you're spraying at the correct rates, the first time you spray it, 2 to 3 days later after you spray, you'll get a little bit of tip burn. So you'll see like a little bit of yellowing, that bronzing on the lawn. And when you mow it after that, it really shouldn't come back. So once you mow the tips that are burnt, like the little yellow tips, once you cut those off when you mow the lawn, you're good to go. And the lawn should be green, looking lush, should be awesome. And that really should not come back as long as you're applying it at the correct rates and you don't allow the lawn to come out of regulation. So what I would say is I would double check the rates that you're using. Double check your application rate, because that's where my mind is going as far as why you're getting that if each time you spray the lawn, because that really should not be happening. Shouldn't be happening. It should be like really the first time, and then you should be good to go as long as the lawn's not coming out of regulation and you're using the correct rate, meaning you're not over applying the product. Okay, next up is Dalen Krause. He says, if you were to rate the products in the carbon kit from most important to least important, that's a good one. What order would that be? I know they're all good, but trying to give you a tougher question. Most important to least important. They're all important because they all do different things. It's not like you're trying to compare. You're comparing things that are not the same, because release 0 is micronized carbon, and really it accelerates or improves how well anything you mix with it, especially stuff that's foliar based. So herbicides work better when you spray them with it. Fertilizer works better when you spray it with it. Anything that's foliar based works better when you mix it with release 0. And it's got micronized carbon in it, so that's a benefit for that. The kelp product, NutriKelp, really it's different. It's like 24% kelp, and it's not like one takes the place of the other. And then BioSpectrum is a soil, it's like microbial food. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say, man. It's a tough one. That's a tough one. I'm trying to think. If you could only spray one. If I could only spray one of them, oh man, I don't know. It's maybe BioSpectrum, because it's going to, like, the more I think about it, so BioSpectrum is going to help. That's going to help your fertilizer also work better, because you increase the amount of microbes in your soil. So it's a big benefit. Here's the thing: even some of the services around here use BioSpectrum. I saw not a soil test, but like the UPS guy. My UPS guy was showing me pictures of his lawn, and I forget who the company. It's not True Green. It's not. I forget which one it is. If I forget which one it is. When I see him again, I'll ask him to show it to me again. But it's one of the bigger ones. I forget what their name is. But as part of their program, what they spray in the lawn, they spray BioSpectrum. They use BioSpectrum as part of that goes in the tank whenever they're spraying lawns in this area. So it's tough, man. I don't know, Dalen. They all are important, which is why I chose all of them. Because pretty much whenever I help put the carbon kit together, Miramichi Green opened their catalog to me and they says, "What do you want? Like, what are you trying to recreate?" I said, "Well, I'm trying to do Carbon Pro L, but like better in every way. That's what I'm trying to do." And that's what those 3 products do. And I said, and I want to do it at a better price. So that's what Release 0, NutriKelp, and BioSpectrum accomplish. And they're just all different. It's like asking me, what would I rate as far as important? Fungicide or insecticide? They're both important. Like I can't really put one. I mean, if you don't have disease, if you never have disease problems in your lawn, then insecticides are more important. If you never have insect problems in your lawn, then fungicides are more important. If you have either of them, then you're gonna wish you had wish you had them in your lawn. So I can't answer that, man. It's a tough one. I mean, BioSpectrum is BioSpectrum is pretty awesome. Like that is one that'd be really hard to do without. And release, but the other ones are important too. NutriKelp is important. Like if you have a cool season lawn this time of year when it starts getting hotter, NutriKelp, like a kelp product, is really important. It helps the lawn manage stress better. So they all serve their purpose. So you got me. You stumped me. I can't really answer your question. Hopefully my explanation makes sense why I can't really say that one is better than another. Like they're all important. Like otherwise, why would I have them in the kit? Like why would I put them all in there if they didn't all serve different things? Like if they all do the same thing, then they'd be like, whatever was a duplicate would be unnecessary, right? So hope that helps. Probably not, but I gave it my best shot. All right, next up is Noah95. He says, "Good evening, gents. I've been playing myself. I've been I guess playing myself for quite some time. Okay, I guess that's your thing. I have a T-Jet 1104 versus my VS in my cabinet. Spraying. I think I'm spraying for myself for a while. Okay, and I've been using a random spray tip until I saw Ron's weed spraying video. Yeah, I mean you can use. Here's the thing: the fan tips that a lot of sprayers come with are okay. Like they'll get the job done. But the if you want to see how nice the droplet size is off of this spray tip, off of the 1104, off of this guy, watch this video. Watch this short. Watch this short from my buddy. He's spraying his lawn with it. You can watch and see the droplet size. See droplet size video of him spraying, and it's a thing of beauty. Like as far as like putting out a nice fine mist that is heavy enough that it doesn't blow all over the place, yet is light enough that it does a great job coating the leaf. Like this spray tip just nails it. It's like a real, like T-Jet. If you guys are watching this, probably not, but if you guys are watching this, good job. Like this This is awesome. This works really well. It's a great spray tip. Like all sprayers should include this spray tip. So, so if you want to see what it does, watch that video that I just linked in the chat now. It's like 60 seconds, really short video. All right, Noek95 is up next with another question. He says, PGR, RGS, Humic 12, and 4600, straight urea, living that dangerous life, huh? Well, went down today, getting ready for Memorial Day weekend. Nice. I like it. I dig it. Sounds like a plan. Sounds like you got your program together. Next up is Max George. He says, hey, Ron, waving hand from Central Kentucky. Hope you're having a wonderful day. You know, it's all right. Every day you're alive is not bad, right? Could be worse. Could be better. Wish my fridge wasn't broken. Thanks for your content. I'm trying to learn about these cool seasonal grasses. I'm coming from Florida. Big change. Yeah, I mean, cool season grass. I mean, the cool thing is that the cool thing about cool season grass is that as far as like stripes, like perennial ryegrass, it stripes, in my opinion, better than anything else. It produces amazing stripes. You get 2 growing seasons with cool season grass. So in the spring and then also another one in the fall. And during the summer months, you get the fun of trying to keep it alive. So that's it, right? And then I will say this. I think, and I'm sure the cool season folks will disagree with me, but I think that warm season grass has better options for weed control than cool season grass does. Like we have like our post-emergent herbicides, we have post-emergent herbicides that kill more stuff while not injuring the grass than cool season grass folks do. For example, if you have Bermuda, like you can get outside of Dallas grass, there is a selective herbicide that will take care of pretty much most of the common weeds that you'll find in most residential lawns. If you have cool season grass and you have POA, there's not really a really good option to control it. If you've there just isn't. So that's one thing. So I think we have better options as far as selective herbicides for cool season for warm season grass versus cool season. But cool season grass arguably looks better, deeper color, stripes better, so there is that. So it just depends on what you're looking for. All right, next up is Mary J. You're very welcome. Glad that you're here. Sniping tips. Thanks for coming to hang out. For Mary J, she is here. She says, hey, Ron, I got my soil test back from the extension office. pH is 5.7, recommended 20 pounds per 1,000 square feet of lime. Done. Nice. I like that. Phosphorus is high. Potassium optimum, recommended 5 pounds per 1,000 square feet of a 2100. That could work. Yeah. So if your phosphorus is where it needs to be, you don't really need to be adding any more phosphorus. And if your potassium is where it needs to be and you don't want to add more potassium, that would work as well too. The big thing, again, I haven't seen your soil test results, but the big thing that I'm getting from that is that you just really want to avoid fertilizers that have phosphorus in them. Because, if you do something like a 1608 or like a fertilizer that has a small amount of potassium, that's going to be okay because those get, one, they're less mobile in the soil. They're less mobile. They are more mobile and they get used by the grass faster than phosphorus. Like phosphorus tends to stick around in the soil much longer than nitrogen or potassium does. Which is why in a lot of states, if you want to use a fertilizer that has phosphorus in it, like a lot of them require that you have soil test results, or you're supposed to have a soil test result in the last 24 to 36 months that show that you have a phosphorus deficiency. Like you shouldn't just be blasting your lawn with phosphorus all the time. So yeah, it sounds like you did a soil test. First of all, great job on that. Thumbs up for that. And then you're fertilizing your lawn based on your soil test results. Also thumbs up for that. Good stuff. But I would not be afraid of a fertilizer that has a little bit of potassium in it. The only thing that I'm seeing that based on what you're seeing there is I would avoid phosphorus, but like a 1608 or again, or whatever your fertilizer of choice happens to be that has a little bit of potassium in it, I wouldn't be too afraid of that. Hope that helps. Great job on getting a soil test done, Mary. It's one of the best things you can do for developing your nutrient program, and given what fertilizer costs these days, getting a soil test done is really not that expensive. All right, next up is Cooper's dad. He says, what products would make the biggest, quickest difference to improve Northeast Georgia red clay? Have aerated sand level this year, more products than budget. Thanks. Okay, so you've done the thing that I was going to mainly tell you. If you want to help compaction in Georgia clay, I would kind of what you said, you aerated and then top dressed. So if you have done both those things, great job. The other thing I would say is if you can, if your budget will permit you to add Essential G to your lawn care program. I mean, I do it monthly, but if you can do it every 2 months, whatever your budget will permit, like that's also going to help improve the soil profiles. It's going to help improve the soil quality. So yeah, because I mean the charged biochar that's in there, the compost, like the all the ingredient makeup is really handy. It's really good for improving the quality of your lawn. As a matter of fact, some of the questions we've gotten is like around, does biochar work? Does humic acid work? Like what benefits do you get from it? And I keep telling you guys, yeah, before I started using those regularly on my lawn, I mean my lawn looked okay, but now it looks really good, and it looks that way consistently. And the nice folks at My Soil, they have a YouTube channel. It's the Soil Lab YouTube channel. Today they released a video. I think it was today. I'm pretty sure they released a video. At least I came across my feed today that talks about using. They tested humic acid and charged biochar, and they did. They're all about data. So they showed soil test results, but then they also did the bro science test, right? Where they applied it, and they just pretty much said they did one where it was a control where they didn't do anything. They applied uncharged biochar. They applied humic acid by itself, and they applied a charged biochar. And just visually said, they looked at it and they said, yeah, the biochar, the plot that has biochar in it, like the leaf, the plant looks better. There's more leaf. The color looks better. So it works. Just visually, it makes a big difference. And if you guys are interested in that and you feel like supporting the folks over at My Soil because they are awesome, they do really good research and they're just a great set of guys. I will link this here in the chat for you guys right now. So the biochar, even though you didn't ask about this, Cooper's dad, I'll send you this to you. Biochar video. And just the difference it can make in your grass. That's a video they released. I believe it was today that talks about that. So take a look at that. I would say, given that you've already aerated and top dressed, which is the big things I was going to tell you to do, just Essential G every month if you can swing it. That would be my recommendation. That's going to help improve your soil quality and by extension your grass. So hope that helps. Next up is Gerardo Zayas. He said, that used to happen to me. I'm not sure how it used to happen, but okay. And then next up is Robert Wallace. Says, happy Friday, Ron. What's going on, Robert? Hopefully you're doing well. Robert, are you still a Clemson fan, or have you come over to Bulldogs yet? Have you come over to the street Georgia? The two-time national championship Georgia Bulldogs, ran it back. Have you come over yet, or are you still back in Clemson? Which is it? Hopefully you are. You put down Clemson and you've taken up that red and black. All right, Mary J says, whenever I see Robert again, if we ever do like another thing at the turf park and Robert comes down, he's going to be like, hey, man, I'm going to tell you about Georgia. Give me a piece of his mind. And Robert, I think you're a veteran. So again, thank you for your service. I believe it was you and some of your family that came down, all like yoked up. You can tell you guys spent some time in the gym. And I believe you guys are all veterans. So if I'm remembering the right person, thank you for your service. All right, Mary J's up next. She says, best show on Friday nights. Thumbs up. Thank you so much, Mary. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for all the love and support. I think I'm the only one on Friday night. So if that's the case, it's not too hard to be the best. So I try, right? Even if I don't know the answers, I try and make it at least fun and entertaining to watch. So there is that. All right, Phyllis Lawrence says, hi, Ron and my fellow lawn veterans. Thank you for all you do. You have turned this bored Air Force retiree into a lawn enthusiast. Keep up the great work and your high energy. That's awesome. It's a lot of fun, Phyllis. You know what the best part about lawns are? While I look for the next comment is that the chase never ends. Like you get it looking really good, and there's always an area that can be just a little bit better. And that I find a lot of fun. Some people would drive them crazy. But I like it. I like the fact that, there's always something that can be a little bit better, can always be, can just be tweaked a little bit. And even when you get to the point where it's like, it's awesome, it doesn't stay that way forever. And you can always, there's always something to address and to play with. So there we go. Robert Rainey is in the house. And then also Alfred Envy says, go Bulldogs. Yeah, go Dogs. Woo. The Falcons could take notes from the Georgia Bulldogs. All right, next up is Salman Hussein. Says, hey, Henry, I just had some sand put down about 3 weeks ago, and there's quite a few patches of sand where the grass shows no signs of growing through. Do you have any suggestions? My grass type is zoysia. Thanks. So you may have gone a bit heavy, like whoever did the top dressing, they may have gone a bit heavy. And you also have zoysia. So zoysia is a slower growing grass, Solomon. So it's just, without seeing pictures, it's hard to know like what the culprit is. But given that you have zoysia and you had someone top dress it, they likely went maybe a bit heavier than I would have. So it's just going to take a little bit longer for it to grow through. It will grow through it. I mean, I wouldn't worry about it. It's not going to, they didn't kill it. The lawn's not going to be dead or anything like that. It's just going to take a bit longer because of the fact that you have zoysia. It's a slower growing grass than like say something like Bermuda, which would have likely grown through if over a course of like 3 weeks or so. Bermuda should really be punching through and starting to fill in nicely. So just patience, just give it more time, and it will fill in. Next up is Phyllis Lore. She says, hit that like button. Thank you so much, Phyllis. I appreciate all the love and support. If you guys are enjoying the show, definitely hit that like button. It doesn't cost anything at all to do that. And then next up is Gladiator, not 392. He's back. He says, hey, Ron, how do I get the bad spot of my lawn to catch up with the rest of the lawn to stripe? I have a big lawn stripe kit. It's a time thing. So here's the thing. On my, you know what? I can't show you here. Actually, I can show you. I'll show you it again. So every lawn, unless you just have a big field, your lawn is just a big field and there's nothing around it, it's not really reasonable to expect the entire lawn to all grow in and all thicken up at the same rate, because different parts of the lawn, especially if it's Bermuda, get different amounts of sunlight. So I'll show you what I'm talking about here. I'll show you this video again, and I promise I'm not showing it just not to show off my lawn. I'm showing it because it gives a pretty good example. So if we go to, hang on, let me take this off so I can fast forward past all this. We get to like right, okay, so let's pause here. Let's pause right now. Okay, so you see where that white house is? Let me go up a little bit further. You see where that white house is that's in the background there? To the left of that house is where the sun rises in my lawn every day. Like that's where this time of year, that's where the sun rises. And it takes a diagonal path over the lawn, over the house, and then it sets like over on the, like, I don't know, on the right side. All right. So if we play this video a little bit further, what you'll look here is, you see right there, that's bare. This part of the lawn is angled away. One, it gets a lot of wear because the mower goes by here all the time. That's thing one. But also it's angled away from the sun once it passes the house. You guys can't really see it in the video, but if you keep going over, I can show you, to the right. So right now behind me, and I'll show you guys on the live stream tomorrow if you guys want, or I'll do like a YouTube story to show you. Behind me, between the house and the garage, there is an area, like if we go to, okay, perfect, right here, I can show you it. So if you could look really closely, you might be able to make it out. Look to the very right part of this picture, of this image. You see where the mulch bed ends and the driveways, and you can see the grass right there. There's like a little bit of a bare spot or an area where the grass is lagging behind. It hasn't fully grown in yet. Like right there. On my lawn, every single year, that is always the last part that fills in. And the reason for that is what I just told you, is like the way the sun passes over my lawn, once it gets past like 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, that area, the garage, casts a shade there, so that area doesn't get as much sunlight. So with your lawn, unless your lawn is, again, is a big wide open field, there's going to be areas that are going to grow in faster and slower depending on how much sunlight they are getting. Again, assuming there's nothing holding it back, assuming there's no disease problem, debris, there's not there's not something that's some other factor that's causing the lawn to lag behind. And for most people, it comes down to the amount of light that area is getting, especially if you have Bermuda. Like Bermuda loves all the sunlight. As much light as it can get, the more light you give it, the better it does. Even on my lawn that gets babied, it's pampered, it gets all the good stuff. It gets mowed, it gets, I even whisper sweet nothings to my lawn when I'm out there mowing it, right? Even on my lawn, there's an area that is still lagging behind based on nothing else other than it gets less sunlight than an area that is 6 feet further into the lawn. And there's nothing you can really do about that other than like knock the garage down. That's it. That's all I can do to get that area to get to grow in faster. So I haven't seen a picture of your lawn. If the areas that are lagging behind are like what I'm talking about, that you get less sunlight, it's like more shade, even if it's a little bit more shade, that's enough to slow down how quickly it grows in. So hope that helps, Gladiator 392. The lawn should catch up. The lawn should catch up as time goes by, and it will you'll be happy. It'll be much better. So it's not uncommon, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like very few lawns all grow in all evenly all the way across. All right, United Stand says, I need help with my lawn. Wow. Don't we all? It says Alfreda lawn, that is. What is that? How does it start? I need help with my lawn. Alfreda, that is. It's like the beginning of the Beverly Hillbillies. Most of you guys probably never watched that show. I don't think it's even on the air anymore. But yeah, if you ever watched like the Beverly Hillbillies, I forget how it goes. It's like a story about a guy named Jed. I forget how the song goes. I'm not going to do it now because I'm just going to embarrass myself. But any of you guys that are old enough to remember the Beverly Hillbillies, the way he started, the way he asked this question, it kind of reminded me of that. All right. Next up is it's not Mary J. Is Antonio Velez, where he says, what's up, Ron? I appreciate all the lawn tips you gave me on my lawn. You are very welcome. I put down Essential G and Humic Max and it's definitely looking better. I email my photos. Have a great Friday and hit those likes. Thanks so much, Antonio. I don't know if I got pictures from you. I don't know if I don't see them, but if so, what I can do is if I can't find them, I'll get them on your lawn on the live stream for next week. I got one picture here. This is from, I'm not sure if this is you. We got one picture here from Ryan McFarlane. That's looking pretty good. Ryan is so cool that he did like a Dutch cut on his he Dutched his picture. He did like at an angle. He didn't want to do it straight. So cool. Thanks for that. But I don't have anything from you, Ryan. And then let's see. Robert Rainey also sent us a picture. I mean, this is his. Okay, so guys, here's the thing. Robert's not playing around. So for those of you guys that didn't hear, we are running a contest that will end on June 2nd. So June, as far as when you can enter submissions, it ends June 2nd. So next Friday. If you want to learn more about it, it's a contest for like the best stripes. So cool season lawns are welcome. Warm season lawns are welcome. If you want to hear more details about it, go to the Golf Course Lawn Store, go to guides and blog, and then you will see the one here on how to create stripes in your lawn. And here's what you have to do. So you go to We're on a Hunt for the Best lawn lines in America. Email me your best lawn pictures. Send them to Ron at Golf Course Lawn by June 2nd with the subject line stripe action in all caps. So stripe action in all caps. I will fix this after the live stream and I'll add that text there just saying make sure the subject line says stripe action. But just want to show you guys what you're up against. Actually, and I'll link this to you guys here in the chat. I'll show you guys what you're up against. Robert Rainey ain't messing around. He's already sent his submission in. He wanted to show you guys what you're going to be dealing with, and this was as of today. So knowing Robert, this is just his rough estimate. He's sending this in now, and I'm sure he's probably gonna use a cheat code. He's gonna probably spray some liquids. He's gonna start talking along, doing all this kind of stuff, and that's what he's working with. So that's clean. I gotta tell you, that's clean. That's a nice checkerboard action. The color looks good. That's pretty fire. I gotta admit that looks pretty good. It's a pretty nice submission. So this is the caliber of what we're dealing with here. So I'll show off what you got there, Robert. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is your final submission, but this is pretty good. That's a tough one to beat. I'm glad I'm not eligible to enter. I don't want to compete against you because your lawn is looking pretty good, man. Nice work. All right, next up is let's see here. We have a question here from Rainy906. Whatever happened to the lawn tools trying to get you a kilt? I don't know what happened with that. And I don't know. Here's the thing, Robert. I don't know if we need to like resurface that discussion. I don't listen, you guys don't want to see me in a kilt. It's not going to be a good look. It's not going to be a good look. I've never worn a kilt and I don't think it would be I don't think I would wear it well. I don't think so. All right, next up is Mary J. She says, $600 water bill the first month I seeded Bermuda. Yep, that's the thing. That's the thing that people don't realize is that, it sounds all fine and good to say, oh, yeah, I'm not going to do sod. Sod's too expensive. I'm just going to do this prep work. I'm going to get some seed, put some seed down, and we're going to be way better off. I'm going to save a bunch of money. And they forget water, which unless you got like a well water or you live in a part of the country where water is really inexpensive, like watering will cost much more than the cost of the price of the seed. So $600 water bill is not uncommon. All right, next up we have for Luis. I've already answered your question about it tolerating the heat, about what I would do as far as your KBG tolerating heat. United We Stand says, who's near Alpharetta, Georgia that can come by and direct me what to do about my lawn? uneven, bare spots, level front lawn, slow backyard. I mean, if you want to send me pictures, United We Stand, I'll help you out. So, I mean, Ron at golfcourselawn.com, if you send me pictures of your lawn, the problem areas, I can give you some of my thoughts on what I would, like how I would go about it. Happy to do that. And Melvin, I will answer your email, your question after the show. I know you sent me a bunch of pictures. I will get that afterwards. So fair not. And then next up is Grant Gray. He says, image, turn my Bermuda grass brown. I'm in upstate South Carolina. What can I do for a quick recovery? Image can cause some discoloration, but I mean, that depends on the rate you use. I mean, if you apply it at the correct rates, it really shouldn't give your lawn too bad of an ouchie. If it turned it, very brown, I would think you'd likely over applied. As far as a quick recovery, there just really isn't. It's a time thing. It's a time thing. You know what I mean? The good thing is this: you have Bermuda grass, because Bermuda grass this time of year starts growing very aggressively. So as far as a grass is going to recover quickly, Bermuda is going to do that. But you're still likely looking at, depending on the extent of the damage, 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks for it to start looking really nice again. There's not a ton else. I mean, I would continue to feed the lawn the way you've been feeding it. I would continue to mow it the way you've been mowing it, and just let time run its course. I would not do anything too extreme to try and push a bunch of excessive growth, because by doing that, you can create other problems. I wouldn't try and correct it by over applying fertilizer or anything like that. I don't think that's a good way to go about correcting the issue. So sorry I don't have a better answer for you. Sorry you're having a bad problem with image. It typically does not cause that, like a severe discoloration like that. So I would imagine you likely over applied it. So yeah. All right, next up is Tommy Aeration, Tommy American Leak Detection. Okay, that's a cool avatar. Sounds like the name of a business. He says, hey, Ron, my yard has been neglected for a year, and now I'm trying to get back on track. Is there anything I can do to help it fill in empty patches and thicken up? I have put down 2 bags, not 1, but 2 bags of Essential G and fertilizer. I just received Nutrisolve and the Golf Course Lawn Carbon Kit ready for the 1st of June. Sounds like you're doing all the things, man. I mean, I really can't, as far as inputs, fertilizing, nutrients, inputs, I mean, it sounds like you're doing all that correct. What I would say is just mow it. Like, again, most people, the one thing people don't do on their lawns enough is mowing it. So if you can get out there and you can mow it twice per week, Tommy, and I know that sounds really crazy, mowing your lawn twice a week, but if you can mow your lawn at least twice a week, especially this time of year, it's going to help it to thicken up and to grow in faster. Now, if you haven't part of your lawn, like say, a 4x4 or 5x5 6-foot section, so a fairly large area that is just bare, and there's nothing that's causing it to be bare, like it's just, neglected, and now you're just trying to get it to look better. What I would say is the parts of your lawn that are doing well, you can transfer plugs from that, which is like little cylinders of grass, root, and soil, like almost like a little, like a soda can of like grass and roots. Transfer that from one part of your lawn that's doing well to the areas that are struggling. That will help it to grow in. The kind of tool you're going to need to do that, I'll show you right here, is this guy. It's a Pro Plugger. So you'll need, there's other versions of it. Pro Plugger is just like the brand name of one of them, but this is the one that is very well regarded. People like these a lot. I would use something like this, but you are already doing the things. As far as like inputs go, there's not a whole lot more that I would say that you should be doing that you're not already doing, other than, because you mentioned mowing, and then you can also transfer plugs into the area that's struggling, and then just time, and it'll do better. So hope that helps, sir. I'm glad that you're, taking on the challenge to get your lawn better, and you're already doing a lot of the right things. So it's just a time thing now. You know what I mean? It's like most things in life. If we can, if I could Thanos snap and make lawns go from like 0 to hero, I would be a very wealthy man. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't work that way. All right, next up is Devin. Devin's in the house. Demir91, he says, what's up, Ron? Some good turf talk tonight. Your lawn is looking fire. I try, man. It's getting there. I am happy with where it is this season. This is the first full season where it's getting the outlet treatment, right? So the thatch levels are under control. Tomorrow, it's going to get beaten up pretty badly, so it's going to get a verticut. I'm going to verticut in 2 different directions. I'm going to sorrel roll it, so solid tine to punch it, because I'm going to also do my fertilization and Essential G, turf rake it, and then mow it. And it should be pretty awesome. Should be a lot of fun. Should be, I don't know, 4 hours of a lot of fun tomorrow. So we'll see. And I'll try my best to live stream it. If you guys want to watch me working the lawn, again, it's just going to be me, so I have to walk back and forth, move the camera, this kind of thing. But if you guys just want to watch me playing the lawn, you're welcome to do that. All right, next up is Ben Taylor. He says, should I apply PGR before or after fertilizer? I do them at the same time. So the way I do it, Ben, if you're talking about liquid fertilizer, you can literally spray them at the same time. As a matter of fact, I encourage it, right? So if you're talking about liquid fertilizer like 901C, you can literally mix it and Turfplex, Primo at the same time and spray them at the same time, no problem at all. If you're talking about, you've got granular fertilizers and you've got liquids and you're asking about the sequence, what I like to do is I like to apply granular products first. So like my sequence would be like tomorrow, the way it'll be is Essential G, Humic Max, and then the liquids that I'm spraying to include Primo Max. So the granular goes down first and then the liquid fertilizers go down or apply in addition to Primo are sprayed all together. Like that whole blend, the carbon kit, Primo, the micronutrient, all that gets mixed together and all that gets sprayed in the lawn all at one time. So the answer is together at the same time. If you're doing liquids, if you're not doing liquids, then I would do granular first and then spray Primo after the fact. So hope that helps. Justin Judkins is up next. He says, I've been waiting to apply a plant growth regulator for a few spots to fill in from April to aerate and top dress. It's close to ready, but I'm wanting to level in a couple months. Should I hold off on PGR for the level? Your call. It's your call. I mean, if it's the first time you are leveling the lawn, it will take a bit longer to recover from that work than if it's been your second or third, or in my case, 10th time of doing it. So it's really your call. I mean, can you still level the lawn if it's under regulation? Yes. Will it take longer to recover if it's under regulation? Yes. So it just depends. It depends on, how heavy you plan to go. And, if the, I'll put it this way. I'll answer it this way. If you're not going to do growth, if you're not going to level the lawn until say July, then sure, why not do a month of Primo and then, it'll come out, you can just stop using it. It'll come out of regulation. It'll start growing like crazy. And then you can top dress it if you want. It's your call. It depends on how far off you are between when you're going to, how much time there is between now or between when you intend to use Primo, which in my case, I would tell you beginning of the month. So this weekend would be a good time to do it. And when you tend to top dress. If you intend to top dress mid-June, then no, don't use growth regulator if you want the lawn to recover as quickly as possible. If you're going to do it in like July, then yes, you can. So really up to you. All the top dressing videos you've seen on my lawn in the past 4 or 5 years, outside of the front lawn, when I did the slope video this spring, the lawn has been under regulation every time. So every time you guys see the lawn, like the really big mega video that I did that had like the dingo and the top dressing machine, all that, the lawn already had Primo on it, and I still top dressed it and it still recovered really quickly. Because also I went light, and it's like the umpteenth time that I've done it, right? So it really depends on you, Justin. The first time, you not doing it is a good idea because the lawn will recover faster. Okay, next up is Adam Carter. He says, my push mower only goes to around 2 inches. Okay. Right here. Oh, your push mower only goes to 2 inches. Oh, I don't know, man. It's your call. If you want to use the robot mower to go from 2 to 1 inch, it's just, I wouldn't do it all at once. I would step it down. I would do like 2 inches to 1 3/4 inches, then 1.5 inches, and then slowly work your way down. I wouldn't do it all in one go. Likely the mower is going to bog down if you try and cut 1 inch of grass off all in one time. And then as far as the mess that it's going to make is going to be a lot worse than if you just step it down over several mowings. So that's my recommendation. That's what I would do, but it's ultimately your call which way you want to go. Doug says, your push only goes to 2 inches and the robot can cut out 1 inch and follow with a push to vacuum it up. That's an option too, but it's not, I mean, I don't know how much the debris it's really going to pull up. You can try that, but I mean, I would still say step it down in phases. Or rent a Honda from Home Depot. They go to a little over 1 inch. There you go. That's another option. What Doug says, rent a mower just for this purpose, take it down, and then you can put the robot mower on it and you're good to go. All right, next up is Ryan Glaser. He says, seeded some blackjack this year and having a hard time getting it to spread and fill in. Mowing low every few days. Any advice? It's just a time thing, man. It's just a time. It's just a time thing, Ryan. Because I mean, here's an example of a lawn that it had a few small setbacks, but in the course of 30 days of seeding, this is how. If I got the right one. Yeah, this is a lawn that was seeded 30 days ago, and to me, that looks pretty good for 30 days. That I would take that. That's not bad at all. You know what I mean? So it's just it's a process. If you try and grow a lawn from seed, it is like I've been saying it for years. Growing a lawn from seed is hard mode. You are literally trying to do it the hard way. Like if you want a lawn to go from like nothing to like bare dirt to a lawn, and you want it to be as fast as possible and look all the same and colors all even and everything, the fastest and easiest way to do that is to use sod. If you use seed, you're gonna have a situation that looks like this. And I would imagine that if we look at this lawn another 30 days from now, it's gonna look a lot better. It may not even be 100% filled in another 30 days from now, but it's gonna be a lot better. Over the course of the season, that lawn will, by the time we get to July, the lawn should be looking fairly respectable. Is what I would expect. But I mean, you didn't tell me how long. You said you seeded this year. So if you seeded the blackjack around the time frame that I would recommend, you would have put the seed down late April, early May. So it would have been 3 weeks, or you're like 3 weeks or so into it. So yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be completely filled in by this time at this juncture. It just doesn't happen that way, unfortunately. It just doesn't happen like that. All right, next up is Jason Harrison. He says, Adam, don't skip the fall fungicide. I'm paying the price this year for it. Ron has pictures somewhere. Yeah, so he sent me some pictures of his lawn. Yeah, fall, like fungicide and insecticide is one of these things. It's like insurance. It's one of those things that if you never get in an accident, you're paying this money, you're applying this stuff to your lawn, this product to your lawn that you never really need because there's no disease problem. But heaven help you if you ever have like spring dead spot or large patch or necrotic ring or some other disease in your lawn that could have been prevented with a fungicide. Because by the time you see it and then you start using a fungicide to arrest the spread of it, you're looking at least 3 weeks for the lawn to recover from that. So a preventative fungicide in the fall and then also one this time of year in the spring is cheap insurance if your lawn looking visually nice is important to you to prevent problems. So to your point, Jason, I completely agree. Like a fall fungicide app is really important, especially if you have a Bermuda grass. You have a type of grass that is prone to spring dead spot. Get a fall fungicide down. All right, R. Carter is up next. He says, good afternoon, Ron and all. I'm in Texas and I am having an issue with growing Bermuda grasses in a shaded area. Okay, what can be done? Not really, not a whole lot. Not really possible. So before I even go to your first question, Bermuda and shade are like ice cream and mayonnaise. They don't go together. It's just never gonna happen. Like Bermuda, if your area is heavily shaded, Bermuda is not gonna do well there. Regardless of what anyone tells you, regardless if you go to, a big box store and they have like a warm season shade blend. And if it's Bermuda grass, it's not gonna do well. So your options are one. Don't grow Bermuda grass there. That's one option, or option two is whatever's causing the shade. If it's a tree, if you can trim the tree back, raise the canopy to where you allow more sunlight to hit the grass, that will help it to do better in the shade. But yeah, so Bermuda and shade, not really a thing. It's not going to happen. Second question, what can be done with soil that's extremely dry? What I would say is if you can core aerate it and then top dress it with a blend of sand and compost, like a 30% compost blend. That's going to help improve the soil profile. It's going to help it hold on to moisture a little bit better. It's going to help the lawn in every way. It's going to look visually better. It's going to help it drain better. And it's also going to help improve the soil profile if you also ensure that whatever you use for top dressing has an organic component to it. So don't just go out there and just use 100% sand. That's really not going to help with the lawn being dry too much. You want to do a you want to make sure there's a compost or some kind of an organic component to whatever you use to level or top dress the lawn. So hope that helps, R. Carter. Don't throw a bunch of money and fertilizer and time after trying to get Bermuda to grow in shade. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Offroad Envy was saying, LOL, we remember the kilt talk. Of course you guys would. You guys are mean, man. All right, next up is Ryan Glazer, who says, have you ever experimented with Listerine as a fungicide? No, I have not. I've not. Money has been tight, so trying to find alternative to expensive items. I've never heard of Listerine as a fungicide. I don't know how well it works, but this kind of falls in the same category for me as like using diesel exhaust fluid, like using DEF as your fertilizer. Can it have I mean, I don't know if Listerine even works as a fungicide. I don't even know if that's a thing. But if it is it going to have, could it work and help some? Maybe, but it's not going to be as good as a dedicated product that is actually designed for turf grass. So for me, I would do that. I would go the route of getting Headway or Pillar or using something that is actually designed for lawn to prevent lawn diseases. That is what I would do. I would not put Listerine on my lawn. But also, does Listerine have alcohol in it? Isn't there like alcohol in Listerine? And I think most Listerine has some alcohol, which is not great for your grass, right? So there is that. So long short of it is, Ryan, I wouldn't use Listerine as a fungicide. It's not going to be as good as something like Headway or Pillar. All right, next up is Pwned. Pwned, LOL, you mad? Says, does the 444 from your community posts contain chemicals like Milorganite and ProCare contain? Nope, it is not. So the thing with this, I'll show you really closely here. We'll go to the store. So if you go to shop and lawn fertilizer, and you go to the premium organic, what you will find with this, if I can get it to pop up here. Actually, I'm going to get go here. The reason why it took forever and a day to get this to bring the market, because this really was supposed to launch last year. But the reason why it took forever and a day to launch is because of that badge right there. Getting the fertilizer OMRI listed. To my knowledge, I don't believe Milorganite is OMRI listed. This doesn't have any biosolids in it. It is truly an organic product. So, you know, if OMRI listing means anything to you, that's what this is. It doesn't have the chemicals or it doesn't contain the biosolids that that Milorganite does. So this is a superior product in my opinion in many ways. It has, in addition to being a balanced fertilizer, so you know it's a 444, so you got the equal amounts of nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. It also has some iron in it, which I think Milorganite has as well, but it also has calcium, and there's also a microbial package that's added to this as well. So the same microbial package that goes like into Carbon Pro G, and the same type, you can think of it almost like Biospectrum. You can think almost like that that's also been added to this as well as a component. So it's a completely different, like, you know, league that compared to Milorganite, and per application it's cheaper. So it's better and it's cheaper to apply, because Milorganite these days is going for like $25, $26 per bag, and that covers 2,500 square feet. This is $69.99, and it covers 7,200 square feet, right? So it's a bit cheaper, and it's a better product in pretty much every way. You know what I mean? So it's better makeup, better ingredients. It's OMRI listed. It's truly organic. Has more going for it. So I would use this if you want a purely organic program. I would use this over Milorganite. That's what I would say. And if you like the way it looks, if you like the way my front lawn looks, the color, if you like the way like this color, I'll show you here on video. I'll give you a demo of it. If you like the way this, skip forward. If you like the way this looks, nope, back up. If you like the way this looks right here, that right here, this and this swale area, that is fertilized with the 444. So all the way up until we get to, I'll tell you, everything you're seeing, this is all 444, until we get to right here. Right here is where it switches over to Humic Max and the other fertilizers. So if you like the way the front lawn looks, if you like the way the vanity strip looks, the color, and then that's what you could expect from that fertilizer. Because I'm running that fertilizer on the front lawn, and I'm running Humic Max and like Turfplex, and I'm playing with some other stuff on the back lawn. So there are two different programs are being run on my lawn this year. So it's a great product. I really like it. Next is Fabes 326 says, thank you, sir. You're very welcome. Happy to help. And then next up is Utah. Get to me says, seems like every 4 or 5 cuts, a quarter of an acre, I have to slightly adjust the bed knife to blade on my California trimmer. Is that normal? It's not abnormal. I know it's not the ultimate in real mowers, but I figured you would know. Love your show. Yeah. So as far as what you could try is this. Yes, going in on, especially here's the thing I noticed. Utah, get to me. If you are mowing the lawn when it's wet, especially if you're mowing it in the morning when there's dew on the lawn, while I like doing that because it's easier to see and it's cooler and there's benefits to doing that. When there's dew on the lawn, when the turf is wet, that is harder, or that does as far as like things that will dull a reel and bed knife faster, mowing wet grass and mowing sand. Like those two things will do that. So what I would say is this, versus going in on the bed bar adjustment screw, I don't know how to color for triple trimmer, but that's what it is on the Greensmaster. I'm assuming it's the same thing. Rather than going in on the bed bar adjustment screw every 4 to 5 cuts, try backlapping it. Try that, because that might restore enough of an edge that you don't need to go in on the bed bar adjustment screw, and that will restore your how well it cuts. As far as when you do your testing, take a piece of paper, fold it in half, and then check across the reel and bed knife to make sure it cuts all the way across. If it doesn't cut all the way across, and you go in on the adjustment screw, what you want is not heavy contact. You want, like, if you guys hear my outlet run, it's like whisper. It's whisper quiet. Like it's there's barely any contact at all. It's not like metal on metal. It's not like it should not be any kind of a grinding noise. It should be it's hard to describe it, but it's like it should be like a whisper sound. It should be very, very, very light. So if you are not able to get the mower to cut paper without a heavy amount of contact, then I would backlap it. And if even after backlapping it, you still can't get it to cut paper without more contact than you really than what was is comfortable, meaning the mower's making noise whenever you're running it, that tells you that it's time to take the mower in to get a grind put on it, to get it sharpened. So that's how I would go about it. First things first is first check it all the way across with a full piece of paper folded in half. If it's not cutting paper, you can go in on the bed bar adjustment screw, 1 or 2 clicks, check it again. If it gets to the point where you're starting to get some contact and it's still not doing it, backlap it. That should restore enough of an edge that it cuts paper. If after backlapping it's still not doing it and the contact is getting heavier and heavier, that I wouldn't keep tightening it until the point where you've got like metal on metal, it's making a lot of noise. I would take it in and get it sharpened. So hope that helps. If you want the edge to last a bit longer, mow dry grass. Mow the lawn when it's drier than when it's wet. That will help it. That'll help it last a bit longer. I noticed that with the Greensmaster and also with the Owlet. Like I can get a lot more mows out of it without having to make any kind of adjustments. It cuts paper for a lot longer when the turf is completely dry versus if I mow it regularly when it's wet, when there's dew on the lawn. So there is that. Hope that helps. If you need anything else, let me know. All right, next up is Lord Hog. No, actually, we already answered that. Thank you. You're very welcome, Lord Hog. So again, man, if it's crabgrass, again, quinclorac, that's what we're going to want to do. So hopefully the answer was useful. All right, next up is Brendan Kennedy. It says, any thoughts on the Greenview Fairway formula fertilizers? I've never heard of them, so I can't really comment. I don't really know. I haven't heard of them until now. Let me look here. All right. Let's see here. I don't know. Now, well, I'm looking at the prill size already. So for me, that's going to be a disqualifier. The prill size looks kind of big. I don't know. I've never used them, so I can't comment on them to be able to say, Brendan. I don't know. I mean, but if the macro, if the nitrogen makeup, if the ingredient makeup is a fit for your soil based on your fit for your lawn based on the soil test results, and you want to give them a shot, by all means, give them a go. I mean, I'm a fan of the Lebanon turf ferts because they have a bit of everything in them, and they have a small prill size, so they break down faster, they get in the soil faster. So I like those. But I get it, like everyone has, you have your different vintage, you have everything that you may like to use. So I can't comment on those. I've never used them, so don't know. All right, let's see here. We have Steve Jackson. He says, "Hey Ron, we talked about my lawn conversion from U3 Bermuda to Tahoma 31 Bermuda. I sent pics to your email. People thought I was crazy doing this, ready to dominate the neighborhood once again." Let me see if I can find your picture, Steve. Hopefully you didn't send me anything to create. Oh, look at Devin. He's throwing. Ooh, man. You know what? I may have. You know what? I may have to do. I'll have to see. I have to think about this. I may have to do like a cool season and a warm season. We'll see. I'm thinking about this. But yeah, so you said, Steve, you sent me a picture. I don't see anything from you as yet. Actually, yeah, I do. I got them right here. Let's see. I'm gonna find, I think I'm gonna find one here, one that I can show. Because you sent me a bunch of pictures, and I'll show the before and after. So this is Steve's before, when he was doing his renovation, when everyone said, "You're crazy. Why do you want to mess with your lawn? It's completely fine. Why are you doing anything? It's all dirt. You made it worse. What do? You ruined your lawn. You know what you're doing." And on and on and on. And it went from that to now this. So from that to that, which I think looks pretty good, right? So I'm just gonna get them both on the screen here. So that's the after, and that's the before. So that's legit, man. You gotta admit that looks pretty good. And again, you're still not, it's I mean, it's still getting better, still improving, but that's looks pretty good, man. The color looks great. Yeah. Overall nice work, sir. Overall nice work. Tahoma 31 is a very nice color, very nice cultivar, pretty color, pretty grass type. All right, next up we have JT. He says, "How do I kill Dallas grass? I only have one spot in my yard every summer." What I would say to use, JT, is to dig it out. That's going to be your best result, your best bet. There is a herbicide that will kill Dallas grass, but it is not labeled for use on residential lawns. So, so I'm not going to tell you the name of it, because I don't want you to go out and buy it and you spray your lawn with it. So on a residential lawn, I would say just dig it out. Get like a weeding tool, dig it out, physically remove it, and then you're not going to have to deal with it. That's how I would get rid of Dallas grass in a residential lawn. I wish I had a better answer for you, but there's not really, like, a lot of herbicides, like Tribute Total. Some people have said like several rounds of that will kill it. Certainty is labeled to suppress it, but it's not going to get rid of it. So your best thing is just to physically remove it, dig it out. That's the way to get rid of Dallas grass in a residential lawn. All right, John K. Powers is up next. He says, "Is there any problem with putting down a granular fertilizer at the same time as a granular insecticide as long as they follow the bag rates?" None at all. None at all. You can do them on the same day if you want to. What I would say is, as far as order goes, you didn't ask this, but I'll tell you, is I would do the fertilizer first and the insecticide last. Pretty much as a general rule that I follow is any of the sides, so insecticide, fungicide, herbicide, anything that kills stuff, I tend to do that last, because I don't want to go spray the lawn with fungicide or herbicide or insecticide and then go like run all through the lawn all over again. Even though I'm wearing PPE and I got my boots on and everything, like, why do it, right? So anything that's designed to kill stuff, I tend to spray that last in my lawn. So in your case, I would do the granular fertilizer first, and then I would finish up with the granular insecticide. That's how I would go about it. But there's no problem at all in doing that as long as you follow the label rates like you said. Okay, TK is up next. He says, "I'm in New Jersey with ryegrass, premier ryegrass. Due to the watering restrictions, I need to hand water my 2,500 square foot lawn. No sprinklers are allowed. Thinking about investing in hydrotain. Is it worth the money?" I think so. Yeah, I think so. I think it is. I mean, it's going to help. I mean, what would be better if you had it in your soil already? But yes, it is worth the money. TK, what it does is, if you're not able to water your lawn a lot, which in your case you're not able to, the time it takes for your lawn to begin to see stress is going to be longer if you have hydrotain in the soil profile versus if you don't. So yes, there's hydrotain, or really any moisture manager, is going to help with a cool season lawn this time of year when it's starting to get hotter and the lawn's starting to see a lot more stress. It's gonna help with that. So yes, to ask your question, it is worth the money in my opinion. Does it work? Absolutely. It's a great investment in your cool season lawn, especially in your case where you're not able to water as much as you would like to. You have water restrictions. In addition to doing that, if you can use a higher potassium fertilizer, so like a slow release higher potassium fertilizer, like this, I'll show you here. Like this is a good option. Like if you like the 12024, like this is a good option for this time of year on cool season lawns when it's starting to get hotter and starting to see stress because it's higher potassium. Like that's a good option. You're saying you're also saying I've also been applying a biostim pack, so my roots should already be pretty deep. Yeah, so you're doing a lot of the right things. You know, I would hydrotain is a sweetener on top of everything you're doing. If you're still fertilizing, if you can use a higher potassium fertilizer, that will help as well too. And then just weather it. You know, just get through this hot time of the year. Water when you can, and you know, keep your equipment sharp. So if you're still mowing the lawn, make sure your mower is nice and sharp. You don't want to do anything that's going to introduce additional stress. So you know, if you're using dull equipment, you're increasing the likelihood there could be a disease problem. So just make sure your equipment's in great shape. That you're cutting the lawn with a sharp mower. All those things that you're doing, the biostimulants, the watering, hydrotain, using a higher potassium fertilizer, using all those things that each of them by themselves might not make a big difference, but when you add all of them together, there's going to be a noticeable difference in how your lawn is going to resist the hot temperatures versus lawns that do not have that. So, hope that helps. Let's see here. Adam Boyd said, "Did you mean something about a striping contest?" Striping contest, striping, not stripping, striping, lawn stripes. Do not send me not those kinds of pictures, not that kind of show. Lawn stripes, you know, like lawn, like stripes in the lawn. That's what I'm looking for. And if you want to find details about it, I think on the most recent blog post, Adam, that has the details. Just send an email to Ron at golf course. I'll just tell you real quick. Just send an email to Ron at golfcourselawn.com with the subject line stripe action in all caps in the subject line, and then I'll review them. The last time to send your entry is June 2nd, so next Friday is the last day to send your entries. I'll review them, and then I mean, you never know, I might see if I can bring someone else in here to also weigh in as well, so it's not just me deciding. So that way I'm not the only one getting hate mail saying, "What do you know? You know, the cool season grass, my lawn was obviously better. There's no way I shouldn't have won." You know, all that. So I'll have someone else that I can blame along with it. And what I think we'll aim for is the following week to announce the winner. So it gives everyone that wants to put their submissions in on June 2nd up to then, and then it gives me a week to look over them, and then we can announce the winner. Right? Should be a good time. So next up is Nathan Merrill. I think so. Nathan Merrill. He says, "I live in the Pacific Northwest, and I planted Berenberg RPRG. And it's doing great. It's been 4 weeks since it sprouted. Would it be safe to put down a half app of Primo, or should I wait longer?" If you're not mowing it yet, I wouldn't spray growth regulator on it yet, Nathan. So if you are already out there mowing the lawn, which, I don't know, with ryegrass, it grows so quickly, you might be out there mowing it 4 weeks. But if you're out there mowing the lawn already, then I would feel comfortable saying you spray growth regulator on it. If you're not mowing it yet, you're staying off of it, then, in other words, the very first thing I do to the lawn would not be to get out there and spray, to smack it with Primo. Would it be okay as long as you stick to you're careful and you stick to the rates? Probably, but I mean, if you're not at the point where you're even having to mow it yet, like why regulate growth? Why try and slow down the lawn from growing? So once you start mowing it and fertilizing it, you're good to go as far as introducing Primo. All right, Ryan Wolfel is up next. He says, "Hey Ron, I heard Devin say previously they throw everything in the tank at the course at once. What are your thoughts about throwing Celsius, Certainty, Acelepryn, Pillar, and also T-Nex into one tank?" You could, but here's my thoughts on it, okay? Celsius and Certainty are designed to work by spraying, by getting on the plant leaf. So they benefit from a finer droplet size. Acelepryn and Pillar are both soil-based. You're going to want to water them in. One is a fungicide, one is an insecticide, and they benefit from a larger droplet size. Now, could you split the difference? Could you split the difference and go with something like this, like an air induction tip, which has a slightly larger droplet size than the one that I always recommend, but not quite as large as the flood jet, and get a good result? Sure. But if you're using Celsius and Certainty, like those two products work best if you're also able to mix surfactant with them, which makes them get more tacky and helps them stick to the foliar, to the plant leaf. and a fungicide and insecticide like a celloprint and pillar do not require a surfactant. So you're kind of working against yourself. You really don't want those sticking to the plant leaf. Again, they're designed to get in the soil. So can you spray them all at once? Yes, you can. Would it be better, in my opinion, if you have the time? Because the reason why the course does it is it's a time thing. They ain't got time to go over. They don't have time to go over the entire course twice and like mix 2 different tanks and spray the entire thing. I mean, they don't have time to do all that. But if you have the time, if you got like your 2,000, 4,000 square foot lawn, where what we're talking about is the difference between 1 backpack sprayer or 2 backpack sprayers. So you're talking about 20 minutes, and you can do 1 tank where you do Celsius, certainty, surfactant, and spray the entire lawn if you want to do that, and then do another tank where you mix pillar and a celloprint. If you have the time to do it, that is how I would go about it. But can you do all of them at the same time? Yes. If you're going to do that, what I might say is leave the surfactant out. Like if you're going to mix all of those and Primo, I would leave the surfactant. For me, I'd leave the surfactant out of it if I'm gonna do all that. So again, so you're compromising, so it's your call. It's really your call. The only way I would do all of it all at once is if I had a serious time crunch and I didn't have time to go over it more than once, which golf courses do. They don't have time to make multiple passes because it's a labor thing and a time thing. So, but yeah, if you have the time to do it, I would mix 2 different batches. That is what I would do. So it's ultimately your call. Most of us that are doing this for fun on our lawns have the time to do more than 1 tank. So there you go. On my lawn, as big as it is, with almost 12,000 square feet, 11.5, I do multiple tanks. I don't do, there's only been 1 time when I've never done fungicide and certainty and Celsius. I've done a celloprint, Celsius and certainty, all at once, and I used the air induction tip whenever I did that. So I did it 1 time, and it worked okay. It worked all right. All right, next up is Tom Hoffenkamp. He says, happy mowing, y'all. Ron, thanks for the Celsius big bottle. I cannot explain how happy I am to have it. The feeling of dominance and weed-free security is amazing. She's saying having this, you hug it a little bit, you feel empowered. It's like your cape. It's like your superpower. It is pretty good. Like I said, if I only had 1 herbicide for warm season grass, it would be this. It would be Celsius. If I could only have 1, it would be Celsius. If I could have 2, it'd be Celsius and certainty. And I'm talking about post-emergent herbicides. I'm not talking about pre-emergent. Like we're talking about 2 different classes. If I could only have 1 post-emergent, it would be, for warm season grass, it would be Celsius. So, but I'm glad that you're having a great time, that you're enjoying the fact that you have the 10-ounce bottle. You feel like a boss. Hey, I got 2 acres worth of coverage here. I'm good for several seasons. I get it. It's powering. All right, next up is Archie Amos. He says, evening, young man. Can I mix a celloprint with a carbon kit, or should it be separate? Can you? Yes. Would I spray them at the same time if it were me? No, I would do a separate app. For the reasons that I said earlier. Like whenever in this video that I linked from like a month or 2 ago, 6 weeks ago at this point, that answered the question of what order do I spray products in? I did the granulars first, and then I sprayed all my liquids other than a celloprint first, and then I sprayed it after the fact. I did a separate application with it just by itself. And I'm trying to find it here, Archie. So yeah, here it is right here. What order to apply lawn products? And again, guys, there is more than one way to apply lawn care products. There's more than one way to do it. And I'm not saying that the way that I'm saying to do it is the absolute best. But hopefully like my logic makes sense to you. So the thing that you are, in other words, I'll put it to you this way. It is not superior to mix all that stuff. It is not a superior way of applying all that. It is not a superior way of applying all those products to mix them all at once and spray them all at once, because you are compromising on droplet size. You're compromising on doing things that's going to allow the product you're applying to work best. If you're spraying a fungicide or an insecticide, those products, because they tend to need to get in the soil to work, they benefit from a larger droplet size. So if you're spraying Primo, a post-emergent herbicide, liquid fertilizer, any of those types of things, they benefit from a finer droplet size. And if you're spraying a herbicide, they benefit from surfactant. A lot of them do benefit from using surfactant. So if you decide you're going to put Primo, fertilizers, Celsius uncertainty, fungicide, insecticide, all in the tank at once. Can you technically do it? Yes. Is it going to work as well if you do them as you do the soil-based stuff separately to the foliar-based stuff? No. Is it enough to make a difference that you'll notice it? I don't know. Hard to say. I don't do it regularly to be able to tell you. So I would say to do them. I'll put it this way: like the fact that the label says use a larger droplet size whenever you are spraying a fungicide or you're spraying an insecticide tells you that you really shouldn't use this. You shouldn't use like a foliar tip to use it. Now, can you? And could it work out okay? Maybe, but you're not doing it the best possible way. You know what I mean? So it's your call. It's your call, Archie. I would not do that. I would do a Aceleprint separately. I would do the carbon kit, Primo, liquid fertilizer. I'd be fine with doing all those at the same time. I would not do a Aceleprint with it for the reason that I just said. And I'm going to link that video that talks about, at Archie Amos, that talks about my spray, like how I apply things, the order that I apply products. There we go. The lawn care products world, according to Ron, how I like to do it. All right, next up is Kevin Barriga. I think we already covered this. Kevin, how often should I apply a fungicide? I am a fan of 2 applications this time of year, so May, June, and then 2 in the fall, October, November. That's a good preventative program that it's going to do a pretty good job keeping your lawn disease free if you do that. All right. Let's see. Grant Gray says, how can I kill parsley pert in upstate South Carolina? Depends on the grass you have. Celsius should get rid of that. Celsius should be able to kill that. Celsius should be able to get rid of that. I can double check, Kevin, but I'm almost positive Celsius will do that if you have warm season grass. If you have cool season grass, I'd have to look and see. I'm not sure if Triad is labeled for. I mean, that's not a difficult weed to kill. I'm not sure if Triad is labeled for parsley pert. I don't know on that one, but it's not a difficult one. If you have warm season grass, I would say Celsius should take care of it. All right, next up is Jason Carney. He says, "Go Dogs." Yeah, go Georgia. I mean, here's the thing. We've got 2 years. So, if we don't get another one in our lifetimes, that's we did well, because Georgia, I don't know if they're going to be able to run it back a third time. That'd be pretty awesome, but we can't. Confidence isn't high that he's going to be able to do it again. All right, Oliver Rittam is up next. He says, "Good evening, Ron. Help! I just got done aerating and laid down Carbon Pro G at the rate at 10 pounds per 1,000 square feet on 23 on the Earthway spreader. Yeah, that's open. That's a bit heavier. That's wide. That's not wide open, but that's getting it. That's getting it. Now we get to the worst part of the question. When I laid down my fertilizer, it's supposed to be at 14. Yeah. So you applied your fertilizer with the Carbon Pro G rate. That's not good. Says, I forgot to change it and I left it at 23. I plan on the top dress suntan tomorrow. What should I do before then? Pray. Nothing. There's not a whole lot you can do at this point. It's already there. It's already in the soil. There's not a whole lot you can do, Oliver. There's really just not a whole lot you can do. I mean, it's just you might. I'm not sure what fertilizer do you use, because I mean that's going to be that's heavy, because yeah, I mean 14 on an Earthway is like the rate you would use for like a 210 SGN fertilizer. So like a standard prill size fertilizer, that's what you would use. You would use that rate for, depending on how heavy you're going. But I mean, yeah, 14, 15, thereabouts. That's about what you're going to be doing. So for that, so if you went to 23, that's a heavy app. That's pretty heavy. And at this point, there's not a whole lot you can do, unfortunately. Just top dress it and just ride it out. You may get some a slight discoloration. You might get a little bit of burning. Or it might be okay. It's hard to say at this point, but not a whole lot you can do. Next time, definitely double, triple check your your spreader settings. A tip, what I do is whenever I put my spreader up, when I'm done, if I'm done applying carbon protein, doesn't matter what I apply. Before I put it back in the garage, I always set it back to 10, to a setting of 10. I move back to 10 and lock it down and I leave it there. Reason being is that the only products that I would apply that are gonna go out at a setting like that, if I'm doing like headway in a granular or a celiprin in a granular, or if I'm doing one of the greens grade fertilizers, those like that setting is good for all of those. I'm not going to over apply it. So maybe it's just something to consider. Like you can set it all the way to 0. You can have it closed all the way, or set it to like 10. But yeah, you just got to get in the habit of every time before you apply anything, as part of your pre-flight check. It's like your pre-flight check before, when you're filling up your spreader, should be thing 1: is it closed? Are the gates closed? Check they're closed. Is my calibration is my setting where it should be? If not, adjust that. And after those things are done, so 1, it's closed. You're not going to be dumping a bunch of fertilizer out on the concrete, and your setting is correct. Only then do you add that to the hopper, and then you can you run around the lawn and go have fun. So just make that your pre-flight check. Is closed, setting is correct, then add the product, and then you're going to be good to go. But you should be okay, man. It's any damage is going to be temporary, and it's just but you definitely over applied it. You definitely went heavy. All right, next up is nothing from Instagram. You guys are quiet tonight, Instagram. What's going on? You guys are just being lurkers tonight. All right, next up is G to God. I think so. He says, "Hey Ron, love the show. Love the show and appreciate the detailed information you provide." I appreciate that, G. I try my best. This is my 3rd season taking care of my northern lawn. I recently purchased a Scott's manual reel mower. Nice, I like it. I owned one. They're pretty sweet. I like them. To maintain and feed the lawn on its own for less clippings. It's a strategy. Is that a good idea? And what are some things I should watch out for? It's a good idea. I mean, I don't know if they've actually ever tested it, but the general census, the general feeling is that if you mulch, which is what you're doing, if you mulch your grass clippings, it's the equivalent of like an additional fertilizer app throughout the year. I can tell you, like the folks at My Soil did a test of bagging versus mulching, and they did see a slight decrease in nutrient levels in the side of the lawn that was where the clippings were bagged versus mulching. So, as long as you're mowing regularly and the clippings that are coming off are very small, your strategy is a pretty good one. It is like free fertilizer because, the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, like all the nutrients, like some of those are in the grass clippings that are being cut off. And if you allow them to fall back into the lawn and break down, decompose, it is like natural fertilizer. So the only thing I would say is things to watch out for is just don't let it get too long. Like as long as you keep up with your mowing, keep up with regular mowing, to where the clippings that are coming off are very small, you should be good to go. I mean, a general rule is this, whenever someone asks me that's getting new to lawn care, new to the lawn game, and they ask me, hey, well, how often should I mow my lawn? I said, well, really once every couple of days, every few days is what I do. And as a minimum, twice per week is the barrier for entry if you want to have a really good looking lawn. But as a general rule, if your lawn looks like it needs to be mowed, you waited too long. So there's a general rule. What should happen is whenever you go out there and you mow it, it should like a little bit of clipping should come off and it should look like, oh, it looks way better now that I've mowed it, but it didn't look like it was getting unruly. It would look like it was trying to, misbehave and party up and just do and just get out of hand. If you're waiting that long, you're waiting way too long. So if the grass, if you look at your lawn, you're like, man, this thing really needs to be cut, you waited too long. If you look at it and you're like, you know what? The stripe action isn't as good. Things just aren't, it's not quite as manicured, to where it just looks a little bit soft. It's not really crispy. Get out there and mow it. So if you waited till your lawn looks like it needs to be mowed, you waited too long. All right, next up is James Smith. He says, thoughts on addressing the sod settling, aka homeowners, home builders, quickly put down, addressing the bad seams. Okay, I got you. So you're talking about they laid sod, they didn't do a great job, like staggering or butting the blocks of sod up to each other, and you got some seams there. Plan on aerating and top dressing with the big yellow bag leveling mix. Have the soil test set in. Okay, so what I would say is this, James. If the sod was just put in the last couple of months, last 2 to 3 months, we might want to hold off on aeration, because what I wouldn't want to do is you get out there and you run an aerator over it and you potentially pull up the sod that's trying to root in. I wouldn't want to do that. I'm fine with you top dressing it, but aeration, unless you're confident that the sod is fully rooted in and you've just got some areas that the grass just hasn't filled in yet or whatnot, then if you're confident that it's rooted in, you want to aerate it, fine. But if the lawn still looks like the sod was just installed, I would not feel good aerating it. I wouldn't want to take the chance of aerating it, but I'd be fine with you top dressing it, because again, for the same reason, I don't want you to get out there with a big aerator and the tines, pull up the sod, and I wouldn't want to do that. So for the first one, let's just top dress it, and you'll be good to go. That would be my recommendation. And as far as the seams, those little areas, once the grass, as the lawn recovers from the top dressing, it will fill in. It will fill in. You got Bermuda. You didn't say what you have, but I'm guessing it's Bermuda. If you have Bermuda, it will eventually fill in. It'll all look nice. All right. Get to Liz says, "Dang, go Robert with the stripe action." Yeah, Robert isn't playing, man. He's like, did someone say contest? Yeah, that's pretty. It's pretty fire. That's pretty good. I'm glad I'm not competing against you. Looks pretty good. Pretty good. And then Madam says, "You are fabulous. I thank so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the kind words." Demir said, "I just threw my lawn into the hat for the contest." Let me see. So I got you here as well. Can I find you? Let's see. Devin's just getting started. Let me see if you got. I can't. This picture's too big. I can't. Let me see. I'm not sure I can show this. Let me see. Try copying it over here. Yeah, 5 megs maybe. Ooh. Oh, see. Okay. Now here's the thing. Now, guys. It's not just the, now he's just showing off now. So here's what I'm going to say. Here's Devin's picture. Now, we must add points for the design. I got to say, Robert, if we're going to compare them like this, I love the pattern. It looks really good. However, you got to give points for, not just a straight, checkerboard pattern. Like, this is more work. So I don't know, man. This is going to be fun. It's going to be a fun one to judge. I'm going to see some really good patterns. Looking good, Devin. That's pretty good too. I got to admit, that's pretty good too. Pretty creative. So, the more creative you get with it, that's also going to help too. You know what I mean? It's going to be a tough one to judge. I'm going to have to get some help on this. All right. Next up is Adam Carter. He says, when I'm stepping down my height of cut, how long should I wait to go from 1 3/4 to 1 1/2 to 1 1/4 to 1? Here's the thing. You could do it every second mow. So I'd say here's the thing, Adam. It depends. The best answer to this is you're not going to injure the grass doing it. It's how much yellowing can you tolerate? So if you want to transition from 1 3/4 down to 1 1/4, and you want the lawn to look good as you do it, you're going to do that over the course of a month. You can do that over course. Every week is when you'll change the height of cut. If you don't really care if it gets a little bit of yellowing each time, every time you mow, you can take it down 1/4 of an inch each time. It's not going to look as good as if you space it out a bit more, but it's also not going to look nearly as bad as if you go from 1 1/4 to 1 inch right on, 1 3/4 to 1 inch all in one go. So it depends on you. You can do it all at once. You can do it over, like, the way it's going to make the lawn not look as ugly is to do it over the course of a month. So, every week, just take it down 1/4 of an inch and you're there. The way I would, if it were me, because I'm a kind of a Band-Aid off quickly kind of guy, I would likely just cut it. I would probably just take it down and just deal with it for 10 days, and then it'll go back and look nice again. So that's me, but not everybody can tolerate their lawn looking ugly for a little while. So I like to play with my lawn. So there's that. So it depends on you. Rio the Hitman says, "Gotta go, but had to drop it and leave a like. Take care, Ron." Thank you so much, Rio. I appreciate it. And then let's see. Offroad NV says every day unless it rains half an inch. Devin wins for V for the V. Yeah. So overall, people are saying the V is looking pretty good now. You guys are gonna make Robert get out there and do something crazy now. Watch, because I'm sure he's not gonna let this. He's not gonna let this. He's not gonna let this slide. You know what though? This is actually not fair. What I'm gonna do is I just dropped my my spray nozzle. Actually, what I'm going to do is this. I'm not going to show any more of the entries because it's not fair. That's actually a good point. I'm not going to show any more of, if I get any more emails, I'm getting something from you guys, I'm not going to show any more of them because it's not fair to the entrants because we got a week to go and then people will be stealing their ideas. So I'm not, if you guys are sending more stuff tonight, I'll get them, I'll put them in the folder, but I'm not going to show them on the live stream this week or next, or I'm not going to show them until the contest is over. That way, no one can take your idea. How about that? I think that is more fair. All right, Bernie says, Ron, I need to replace an irrigation pipe tomorrow. Ouchie, it's gonna be painful. How deep should it be for Georgia, for the Georgia winter? Around here, they do them about a foot. A foot deep is what I see. Whenever they use the vibratory trench, it goes down about a foot. Is what you're getting. Is what you see around here. So yeah, if you can get down that deep, that would be great. And that's also deep enough that if you're core aerating, you're not going to damage the lawn. It's deep enough that you're not, the chance of you damaging it from being on it or from any kind of cultural practices that you're going to be doing on the lawn is you're not going to break any of the irrigation pipe. I wouldn't go much deeper than that. Like a foot really should be enough. Going much deeper than that becomes a bit of a pain if there's ever a crack or something breaks, you're going to replace it. It's just a lot more material to have to remove. So I'd say a foot should be plenty in Georgia. That's about where mine is. Mine is about a foot, maybe a little bit less than that in my lawn. All right, next up is Space. Let's see here. Space Camp Dropout. He says, I apologize if this has been asked before. It has been, but it's okay. You can ask it again. But it looks like Arden 15 and Princess are no longer sold anywhere. Who is selling hybrid Bermuda grass seed? Hybrid Bermuda grass seed, in general, is not for sale. Space Camp Dropout. Normally what you get is an improved common. Like an improved common, like they said Arden 15 was a hybrid, or they called it a hybrid. I don't know. I mean, if you look at on the research for it, some people say it was truly a hybrid that was a seed. Some people say it was like an improved common. Some people say it's somewhere in between. But in general, most of the grass seeds that you find that are Bermuda are improved common Bermuda. And most hybrids are just available via sod. There's not very many hybrids that you tend to get, save for Arden 15, depending on which camp you follow. And some people say it is, some people say it isn't. Outside of Arden 15, that is truly a hybrid and is available via grass seed. And to your point, neither of them are available anymore. All right, Utah Get Timmy says, thanks so much. So you fold the paper in half. In other words, 2 sheets. Yeah, I mean. Yes. In other words, 2 sheets. But holding 2 sheets of paper together is kind of difficult. Whereas if you just take the 2 and you fold it in half and put a nice crease on it, like where it is folded. So like, I don't have a piece of paper here. Do I have one? What is this? That's fine. This is just anything in here that's important. Yeah. So listen. So yeah. Just you guys can see an alert from US CERT, from ICS CERT, right? So you would take a piece of paper like this, right? Nothing important, something like this, and fold it in half like so, right? And what I do is the edge that I folded, so right here, I use this edge. So let's say this is a real bed knife. I'll insert this edge in and I'll cut down here. I'll use this like that. So I take this, fold it in half, get a good crease on it, and then I check it. I check my how the mower's cutting paper using that this portion, the folded edge. That's what I do. So hope that helps. Or you can take 2 pieces of paper and just hold them together if you want to do that too, but that's harder. So take 1 piece, fold it in half is what I would say. All right, No Name is up next. He says, happy Friday, Ron. I missed most of the show, but I will catch the beginning later. You should, because it's a contest. You have a chance to win some free stuff. A carbon kit, right? Free stuff's always fun. I hope those in the U.S. have a great and safe Memorial Day weekend. Yeah, that's great, great sentiment. No name. If you guys are going out on the lake or going out to go do something, be safe out there. Be careful. Because people are going to be out there. They're going to be drinking and not necessarily paying attention. So be safe if you're out on the water. Just be careful. And the no name says, let's get those likes up. Yes, guys, let's do that. If you guys are enjoying the show or enjoyed the content tonight, definitely hit the like button. I'd really appreciate it. And then Devin is clarifying. He says, I should clarify this. He's like, I want to clarify this point about throwing everything in the kitchen sink in the tank at one time. I should clarify this. Herbicide and insecticide, if needed, are separate applications and are made on their own. We mix all the products together. When we mix all the products together, they are all foliar products. Part one. Where's part two? Part two. PGRs and fungicides, he said are, but I think and. PGRs and fungicides will go in with the foliar sprays. Our apps are dictated by the T-sheet. Since that's not a problem on your yard, spread them out. More time to spend in the lawn. Part two, I think that's all of it. I think it's all of it. Yes, that's part two. So 2 parts. So to his point, the foliar stuff, the foliar apps, the foliar products get mixed together, and then the other apps, the other products that are not foliar, like the soil-based stuff, get a separate app. So kind of like what I was saying. So Devin, he wanted to clarify it as far as the way they do it. It makes sense to me. Thank you for clarifying it, Devin. And again, it totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. All right, next up is Ahmad Damra. He says, happy Friday, Ron. Can I apply liquid fertilizer with Primo Max? Yes, I encourage it. It's a great idea. If yes, can I use the T-Jet nozzle? Also, yes, I encourage it. Great idea. So can you mix? I'll show you. Why say when I can show? If you go to shop and then lawn fertilizer, as far as options for Primo Max, there are 2 blends that I primarily use. So if you take growth regulator, your Primo. As far as my liquid fert, I use 1 or 2 blends typically. It'll be Primo and 901C and a micronutrient like Nutrisolve. So 901C and Nutrisolve and Primo. That is one blend along with the carbon kit. Like this is a given. I'm not even gonna tell you the carbon kit because that's a given. Every time I'm spraying fertilizer, this is in the tank. So that's a given. I don't need to say that one. So option 1 is Primo, 901C and Nutrisolve, or option 2 is Primo, Turfplex, and Nutrisolve. If you do option 2, which is Turfplex and Nutrisolve, I would reduce the rate on Nutrisolve because the rate for Turfplex is 6 ounces per thousand, and the rate for Nutrisolve is also 6 ounces per thousand. But Nutrisolve assumes that it's the only micronutrient. Because Turfplex also has some micronutrient in it, it's got some zinc, manganese, and a little bit of iron. I would not go out and apply Nutrisolve at the same rate. So if you're doing these 2 together, I would apply this at 6 ounces per thousand, and I would apply this at 3 ounces per thousand. If you're doing 901C and Nutrisolve, I would apply this at 2 to 3 ounces per thousand and this at 6 ounces. So if it's 901C and Nutrisolve, 6 ounces per thousand on the Nutrisolve. If it's Turfplex and Nutrisolve, 3 ounces per thousand on the Nutrisolve. So, and you can mix all of them with Primo. Pretty much everything here, I've tested everything here mixed with Primo, except for Greens Plus, because I've never sprayed that on my lawn. But all of these can all be mixed. They all play nicely together, and you can spray them without any kind of weird interactions or any kind of problems. So you are good to go, Ahmad. Thanks for the question. It's a good one. Let me think. So I think we're good to go. And then next up is Dalvin says, why don't you use surfactant when you apply your liquids? Because not all liquids require them. Not all liquids require them. So most liquid fertilizers don't require them. Liquid like your herbicides, like your foliar-based herbicides, if the label calls for it, you should use surfactant with it. And here's the thing: there are some herbicides that you should use surfactant with. Like if you use take like this, right? Like Roundup, like the Quick Pro, right? This is glyphosate and diaquat, and it also has surfactant that's also added along with this as well. So you don't need to add it. If you use if you apply Sedgehammer, I think Sedgehammer also has surfactant in it as well. It doesn't actually require a separate surfactant. So like most things when it comes to lawn care, let the label be your guide. For liquid fertilizers, as a general rule, they don't really require surfactant, and if they do, they will call that out. Primo, I wouldn't do surfactant, especially with Primo, because if anything, you're increasing the chances that you're going to get some tip burn if you do that. I just wouldn't do it. So to answer your question, Dalvin, if the label doesn't specifically say that you can use surfactant, that you should use surfactant with it, I in general don't. I don't. So for like the carbon kit, 901C, Primo, none of those. I don't use surfactant with any of those. For Certainty and Celsius, I do use surfactant. For pre-emergence, I don't use surfactant. You know, so it depending on what the label says, that's when that should dictate whether or not you use surfactant with the product. Ron says, what car are you tuning these days? I'm not really tuning much these days. I mean, the Supra has got a tune on it, but I mean, it's nothing that's crazy. I mean, compared to stuff I've done in the past, the Supra is very mild. I mean, it's got like an E85 tune, downpipe, intake. I mean, it's nothing to write home. I mean, it just basic. You know, I don't know. Just wake it up a little bit, liven it up a little bit. But it's nothing crazy like what I've done on past bills. Nothing too crazy. Next up is Lord Hog says, what spreader do you recommend? I like the Earthway 2050. That is the one that I use and recommend. It's an awesome spreader, and you can get one if you want. I like that one so much, Lord Hog, is I bought a second one. So I had one that was working just fine, and I gave it to Alex, and I said, you know what? I'm going to buy another one of these. And the reason why I like it, you didn't ask why, but I'll tell you why. The reason why I like it is because it's an excellent prosumer spreader. So what do I mean by that? Is that if you go and you start looking at the rates for, if you look at a bag of fertilizer from like Lebanon, or you look at like a fungicide, any of the professional grade products like from Syngenta, right? They're not going to have spreader calibrations for Scotch spreaders on the bag, right? But they will have like a Lesco spreader. They'll probably have an Agrifab. They'll probably have a Spiker, and they'll also have an Earthway, right? So an Earthway is a good prosumer spreader, meaning you're not spending like $500 on a spreader. But it's a bit more than a Scott's, and it's a great middle ground. You got the air-filled tire, so it's easy to use, easier to push on the lawn. They are built like a tank. Like literally the only thing you're ever gonna break on that spreader that's gonna need to be replaced is a cotter pin. So there's a cotter pin that goes into the axle that as the wheel turns, it drives the gearbox, it turns the I don't know, whatever you call it. The thing that the I'm sure the proper name for it. And I can't. I'm drawing a blank. The what's it called? The piece of plastic that distributes that throws the product on the lawn. I'm sure I don't know why I can't remember what it's actually called. Like that's the only part that's a wear item really on that spreader. And I've had one since 2017. And that's the only thing you ever have to replace. And you just have like a a handful of cotter pins, and that you'll replace one once every 18 months. You'll replace that and you'll be good to go. So that's when I would use Lord Hog, mainly because then you don't have to go through and look up spreader conversion charts, which is kind of a pain to do. You just the calibration is going to be on the bag and you're going to be good to go. So if you want that one, if you go to @LordHog, you can get one right there. So if the one I like is the 2050P. That's what I have. It comes with an 80-pound hopper, and it's a great choice. That's what I would roll with. Guys on Instagram, I'm sorry, you got like 1 minute and we're about to cut off. So I'm going to say goodnight to you guys here soon, because the live stream will end, and that'll be the end of it. I thank you guys for coming to hang out. If you want to continue the show, jump over here on YouTube. If not, I will see you guys next weekend. Send in your submissions to win the lawn contest, and I will see you guys next week. Take care. All right, next up, let me add this to my story. Why not? And it's done, and share. Okay. Next up is Brendan Kennedy. He says, my builder threw down Tiff Tup on top of our clay soil. I did a major top dressing this spring with sand. Some areas are slow to fill in. Anyway, to give them a boost. Just time. Really what I would have done before, Brendan, is prior to top dressing, I would have put down a fertilizer, like a granular, like Humic Max. That would have been good. If you wanted to spray the lawn with a liquid fertilizer a couple days before, that also would have helped it recover a bit sooner. Where you are now, you can still do a granular fertilizer. but it's not gonna speed things up as much as had you done it prior to the top dressing. So at this point, I would just say continue to feed the lawn based on your schedule. You know, if it's time, like we're coming up in the middle on the first of the month, if the first of the month is when you do your granular fertilizer, I would do that. You know what I mean? And just give it time, and it will eventually grow through the sand, and you'll be out there dominating, man, enjoying that freshly level lawn. All right, next up is Ryan Wolfel. He says, it's been 2 weeks and my Bermuda was being kept at 1.1 and one, that's not a quarter, one and I guess it's an eighth technically, 1 and an eighth, and is now at 2 1/4. What's the best plan of action to get decked down to my height of cut? Okay, so you let it grow out. So a couple of ways. There's two ways you can do this. You can do it the painful way and it's faster, or you can do it the less painful way that's slower. If you want to go back down to 1 inch from 2 1/4 and you don't really care if it looks ugly for a week or two, like 10 days to 2 weeks, then you can just do it all in one go, scalp it, like take it back down to the height of cut that you want. It's gonna look ugly, but then two to three mows later, it'll come back, it'll be green, it'll be just fine. That is the faster way to go, but it's also going to be more painful. It's also going to look uglier. If you want to do it slower and maintain the color throughout the entire time, you can take it back down to that height of cut over the course of a month or so. Just lower it every week, and that will do it. And that's going to do a better job maintaining the color versus doing it all in one go. It's really your call whether or not you can tolerate the lawn looking kind of ugly for a week or two. That's up to you. If it were me, I would do I would do option 1, which is like just get it to the height of cut that I want and move on. Adam Boy says, man, those lawn strips are very awesome. Very nice job. Yeah, man, it's going to be a good contest, man. I'm sure you guys are going to bring out, you can pull out the big guns as far as the creativity goes. All right, next up is, let's see here. Eric and Stephanie Barron says, hey, Ron, have you ever heard the rule that once you level with sand, you have to stick with sand? Like you can't top dress with something like compost. Curious what the reasoning is. So I think that really applies more to greens, Eric and Stephanie. And I'm not sure if Devin is here. He can tell me, yeah, Ron, you're right, or Ron, you know what you're talking about. So on greens, on golf course greens, where they are trying to maintain like a consistent profile, that's a situation where you would do sand the entire time, and pretty much all they top dress them with is sand. On a residential lawn, I've done it myself, and I've seen more than a handful of lawns where they've done top dressing, where they've done 100% sand, where they've done a blend, where they've done compost, and it's just fine. I've looked at my soil profile, and it looks like like the first 3-4 inches of it is really dark, and that's from all the regular organic material that I introduced to the soil, as far as like it's being really rich and dark. But no, I have not seen any adverse problems from doing different, like doing 100% or doing a compost. If I could only do one on residential lawns, it would be a 70-30% blend. So if you could say, hey, Ron, pick one thing and that would be it, and stick with it, on my lawn, a 70-30 blend is what I would go with. That I think is the, for residential lawns is great, because it makes sense to me to also introduce a bit of compost, a bit of organic material along with the sand. So those are my thoughts on it. I have not seen adverse effects from like someone doing a blend, a 70-30 blend, and doing like 100% sand another time. You know what I mean? I've just not seen that. So your mileage will vary. All right, next up is Brendan Kennedy. He says Pete at GCI has top tier Bermuda grass seed. Cool, good to know. If you want to give that a check out, I've not checked out Pete's stuff to see what he carries. Next up is Univ Poke. He says, hey, Ron, did you get to CJ Smith's 413's email? I missed a big chunk of the snow tonight. Also, what's the best way to send you multiple photos for my next question? Just email them. Email is fine as long as you're not really big. As long as they can get through my mail filter, meaning you don't like trying to sound like a 20 meg picture. That's really going to be the best way, just to email them to me. So yeah. And then next up we have, I don't see anything from CJS 413, but I'll check later on once I get off the show. And if there's a question, I'll answer it. All right, next up is Matthew Sandoval says, the Impaler. I'm not sure what that question is or comment is. He says the white blades of grass have already gone away for the most part. By the way, 1 week of watering and mowing and patience of work. Thanks. Are you talking about seed heads? Okay. Maybe that's what you're referring to. And then next up, we got Omar Garcia. He says, I was also curious about once you go with sand, you have to stick with it. I mean, what is best is to pick, what would be better is to pick one and go with that. I mean, in other words, if I could pick one, I would do 70-30. What I'm trying to tell you is that I've seen lawns that have had different things. I've seen lawns that have had 100% sand, and then 1 year they mix it up, they do a 70-30 blend, and then they'll go back and they'll do just compost 1 year. I've seen that done on not just one or two, like multiple lawns. If I had to estimate, I mean, just in the subdivision I'm in, at least half a dozen lawns, and they all look great. They all look good. As long as the person is mowing the lawn and keeping up with it, the lawn still looks great. Again, if I could pick one blend to top dress my lawn with a residential lawn anyway, 70-30 blend is what I would say to go with. If you can find that, that is what I would use. All right, Omar Garcia is next, and he says, non-grass related, but if you still have the Super, I do have a Super. So did you ever tune it? Yes, it's got, yes, it is tuned. And then Lance F says, top dress today. Cool, very cool, Lance. I am glad you got your top dress done. Congrats on that. Hopefully it goes well. Send pictures once it has a chance to recover. All right, guys and gals. And then let's see, one more picture here. One other question here. We can cue up the outro music. If I can find it. I need to move that towards the end. There we go. Yeah. All right, so one more question. I eat cocoa chocolate cornbread. Says, can carbonized PN be used for 30% and mixed with sand? Yes, it can. That can be used for your organic component. Absolutely can. So guys and gals, hope you guys enjoyed the show. Try to make it as fun as possible. As far as a way to save a little bit of money on the Miramichi Green granulars, they are running a promotion throughout this weekend. Use the discount code MD23 for like 2023, so Memorial Day 23. Between now and the 30th, that will save you on carbonized PN, on Essential G, and on the new 444 organic fertilizer. Yes, that also applies to Super Sacks as well. And yeah, if you want to save some money, you can do that. And then No Name says, do we still get a discount for using your link with a leveling mix? Yes, I believe so. They told me that link would work all year. So if you want that, No Name, here it is. So I'll link that in the chat. And you are set. So thanks again, guys. Have an amazing weekend. I will do my best to get all this camera gear out there and set it up and stream tomorrow working on the lawn. So if you want to watch that, stay tuned. I'll shoot for, I don't know, 9-ish. We'll see, depending on how long it takes me. See you guys then. Have an amazing weekend.